We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopavc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the show. Hope you're all well and you're ready for a fantastic night here at the auction. We look forward to a great show tonight. I know there's a little soccer game going on as well at the same time, but we're going to play through it anyway. And we wish the USA the very best of luck, obviously, and hopefully somewhere along the line, you know, England and the US might even meet. Who knows, maybe in the final. But ladies and gentlemen, great artwork coming your way this evening. I'll be joined by the wonderful Mitch Carter, who is our art expert extraordinaire. Some great pieces coming your way, spanning 500 years. Don't forget, everything comes framed, everything comes certified, as always, ladies and gentlemen, and you can always check everything out by going on the website, thefineartauction.com. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to get underway with our very first slot of the evening, and it's my pleasure to introduce our art expert all the way from Utah. It is the wonderful Mitch Carter. Good evening, Mitch.
Good evening, Richard. Thank you. You know what, and it's kind of funny, I have to ask Richard, I think Richard was being polite. I think he was being polite about the U.S. and the soccer game tonight, although I have to admit it would be a wonderful matchup to see the U.S. against England. That would be really something. But here's the tip. Here's definitely the hot tip. You know what, anybody who likes to go to auctions, you know what their favorite thing in the whole world is? To walk into a half-empty auction house. And maybe there was a traffic jam or some sort of event that made it so people couldn't get there on time. That's what's happening tonight. When we have a holiday art auction, that weekend is actually a dream for collectors, because especially with the holiday weekend just ending and Richard just says that important game, that means half of our normal audience won't even be here tonight. That means you're going to get some really spectacular deals. So get ready, because this is definitely the night for it. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot of pieces to get through. Let's start with our first one, shall we? Let's get to it. So ladies and gentlemen, our first piece is by the legendary Monet. And I was reading about this piece. It has quite a history. What's also fascinating about this is, oh gosh, there's a lot to talk about. So sometimes I wonder where to even start. This is what's called a heliogravure in colors, and it was done in 1922, and it is a very unique and extremely rare form of printmaking that only took place for approximately about a 10-year period. And I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit, but it was one of the very first opportunities we were able to get full color imagery like this, especially when we're talking about replicating a famous painting by an impressionist. Now, Monet is somebody that when I start talking about, I have to admit, I have to be careful because I can go an hour without any difficulty at all. He's one of my heroes. Genuinely, to me, he is an absolute hero of the fine art world. Why? Because he stood up to an extraordinarily powerful force. So let's back up for just a moment or two. Since about the mid-1600s, around the mid-1600s, there was an art exhibition, and there still is, it still exists to this day, called the Paris Salon. Now, it took about 100 years or so, but by the mid-1700s, this was the place where kings, queens, nobility, aristocrats, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, this is where they all bought their art. Now, the word salon in French translates simply to the word gathering. Now, in Paris, starting in the mid-1700s, there was multiple salons. There was quite a few art exhibitions, but it was kind of based on ranking. There was the beginner one, the mid-level one, the advanced one, and then, of course, there was the very creme de la creme, the top, the Paris Salon. Now, the trick was, you had to get past a 12-member jury to even show your artwork in the Paris Salon. Unlike America today at the New York Art Expo, where you can just simply pay a fee and show your art, which makes it quite easy. You don't have to get past anybody other than just the accountant. Just pay the check and you're done. That's not how this worked. Now, for many, many years, the jury of the Paris Salon looked at something which we now refer to as the academic school of painting. The easiest way to think about that is a painting that looked like a photograph. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something I don't normally do. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to show you an example. Degas was, of course, another one of the great artists of the Impressionist era, the Impressionist movement. And Monet and Degas both had one thing in common. They could both paint in the style that the jury of the Paris Salon wanted. Can you go ahead and show my screen? Now, this was 1867. This is exactly what the jury of the Salon wanted. These photograph type images. Now, this is by Degas. It was in 1873 that Monet essentially just changed the course of art history forever. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Why? Because in 1873, Monet had an incredible idea, and that was, rather than focus on this photographic realism type artwork, to take his canvases outside and paint in a style to try to capture the changing qualities of light. Now, we now know it as Impressionism, but when he presented these works to the Salon, keep in mind, like Degas, Monet could paint in the style that they wanted. He could do that, but these pieces weren't. They were completely something they'd never seen before, and they got into a great big fight. The jury was like, look, we know you, we respect you, but we can't show these. Your paintings aren't even done. They're mere impressions of paintings. That's where the word Impressionism comes from. It was a critic basically saying, you know, your paintings aren't even complete. Now, here's where Monet is my hero. This meant an enormous amount of money for him. He could have tucked tail. He could have said, okay, all right, I'll give you what you want. Painted, 10 more paintings and brought them back. But he didn't. He said, you're wrong. This is the future of art, and I'm going to prove it to you. And the following year, in 1873, he had the first Impressionism exhibit, which included 7 other artists, including Degas and Pissarro. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So this is Monet. Again, he passed away in 1926, which, by the way, is also really important for the piece that you're bidding on. The piece you're bidding on was done in 1922, so it's not an estate piece. Monet was alive when it was done. He's the one that authorized it, so it's an actual Monet. We're going to talk about that in a little second, because gosh, there's so much to go through. Of course, this is at his home in Giverny, the famous Japanese bridge. This photo cracks me up. It's pretty darn funny, because at the time when this was taken, each one of these paintings would have probably sold for, I don't know, about $2,000. That one in the back right, the water lilies, recently sold for, I think it was like 90-something million dollars. If you added up the value of all the paintings in this room, it'd be well over $1 billion, which is pretty darn incredible. This was the piece that changed art history, the Impression Sunrise. Now, What I always tell my audiences when I'm discussing this is imagine that you'd never seen anything like this either. That every painting you'd ever seen in your life looked like that photorealism, like I showed you with Degas. What would you think of this if you were seeing it for the first time? Would you agree with that art critic and say, your painting's not quite done there, bud? Or would you see what Monet saw? That this was the future of art. This is one of the most important paintings in the history of art. Impression Sunrise, done in 1872. That's that piece I was telling you about that was in his studio, 84 million. And this is his current record, $110 million, set in 2019. There, of course, the Japanese bridge in Giverny. And that's myself 20 some odd years ago before I went gray at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now we're going to talk about this piece a little bit more. This is actually coming from a series that he painted called the Belle Isle series. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This is some of the paintings from the Belle Isle series. As you can see, many of these are in different museums all over the world. It was one of Monet's most favorite places to paint, and he did many paintings that are part of this Belle Isle series. The one that you're bidding on is simply called The Study of the Rocks, right there. It was done in 1889. It has quite an incredible history. So there's the piece right there. In fact, Richard, I think you might be a little bit interested in this. Do you know who owned this? The Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother actually bought this painting in the year 1949 for 2,000 pounds, which was the equivalent of, in 2025 dollars, of 61,000 Great British pounds. It was worth an estimated 15 million at the time of her death in 2002. So the Queen Mother actually owned this piece. Let's go ahead and go back to the work, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just a moment. First thing I want to talk to you about is what is a heliogravure. It is a copper plate engraving, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that when I come back. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, what a great piece, a great story. Lovely information there about the Queen Mother. That was the, in case you weren't familiar with the term, it's the mother of Queen Elizabeth II. And her name was also Elizabeth, and she came from Scotland. So lot 500 then, the Claude Monet Heliogravure in colour, Le Bloc, is the title, from 1922. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lifetime Claude Monet, if we can put that in the red banner, that'd be wonderful. 1922, lifetime Claude Monet, executed in the studio of Léon Marot of Paris in 1922, so that's 104 years ago now. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful, wonderful piece. We've got some great works coming in the auction tonight, and I think this is a lovely one to start the show. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very rare piece, and most definitely the only one for sale anywhere in the world tonight by auction. Here it is. So you've got an opportunity to bid on this one, and ladies and gentlemen, all you've got to do is pick up that phone, call the free number 866-518-5933, and all our wonderful phone team are here. Many of you know them and have known them for years, and they're wonderful people. They'll look after you, and don't forget, everything does come framed, everything does come certified. It's guaranteed, not for a week, a day, a month, or a year, but literally its authenticity is guaranteed for a lifetime. So, a lovely little Claude Monet. It's 104 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this one, and let's take it back to Mitch.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about Monet. We've talked a little bit about where this piece came from. I want to spend a moment or two talking about two very, very important things. During this time period, remember, by 1922, Monet was a rock star. Okay, Impressionism had been accepted. He was absolutely, he was living his dream life, and he was definitely in his senior years because he would pass away only a few years later in 1926. This was almost what you would call an experimental process, because at the time, basic lithography could not do blended colors. It was mostly what we call block lithography, is what was famous, made by Toulouse-Lautrec. Blended lithography didn't come for about another 10, 15, almost 20 years on down the road. Now, etching and engraving in 1922 was black and white. So how on earth did we get this piece? Like I said, it was a really, really precise process that they no longer used once lithography kind of came into play. It is essentially taking a photograph of the painting. Now, as you know, in 1922, photography was itself in its just bare infancy. And of course, photography at the time was also only in black and white. So the photo was taken in black and white. They then used that negative to transfer directly onto a copper plate rather than onto photographic paper. And as they were putting it onto the copper plate, they, in fact, let me read this because it's easier for me to read it because I want to make sure I get it right. Color heliogravures were created by either using multiple inked copper plates for overlapping colors, a highly precise process, or hand tinting the intaglio print with watercolors once it was on the paper. So no matter how this was done, it had to use an extraordinarily time-intensive, we're talking like millimeter by millimeter, coloring this piece essentially by hand. Whether it was actually using where you're coloring the actual copper plates and overlapping the colors, or whether they're actually coloring the paper after it's been done. But I promise you, this was Monet doing his very best to try to give a representation as close as humanly possible of the actual painting. What's exciting about this, what really is exciting about this, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't get to say this very often about any piece from the Impressionist era, Monet very likely held this piece in his hand. Would it stand to reason that if he was the one in charge of making these pieces, that he would have inspected them, looked at them, made sure they were at the quality that he wanted? Remember, he passed 4 years later. So this particular piece is what we call a life impression. And life impressions are always far, far more collectible and valuable than what we call estate pieces, pieces that were done after the artist's death. So I hope that puts this into perspective. And I'll tell you what, let's take one more look and you be the judge. So take a close look at it. And now let's take a look at a photo of the actual painting, a modern day photograph. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So there is a modern photo of the actual painting, Le Roc. And Le Bloc, that's what it transfers to, by the way, or I should say translates. Le Bloc translates to Le Roc, the rock. And so as you can see, just by looking at it, man, they really nailed it. They absolutely nailed it. And this was kind of a study, once again, from Monet's Belle Isles. In fact, there's a good example right there. Let me find one with kind of the warm colors. There's one. And see how he's used the same colors? That was in 1886. So the Belle Isle pieces have two different things. They're either done in these very cool sunset colors, like those two, or the sun is out a little bit more and they have this more of a bright, vibrant color. And your piece would fall into the latter. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, just to recap, the original was owned by the Queen Mother. She paid £2,000 for it. Pretty darn incredible. At the time of her death, it was worth £15 million. And I believe, let me double check, Richard probably knows that by heart, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe she passed in 2002. Back to you, Richard.
Well, Mitch, fantastic information as always. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are literally just about to sell the piece. So I like to give everyone a fair warning at my auctions. And so I'm going to do that now by giving you a final 1 minute clock and a final call for bids. So ladies and gentlemen, a 1 minute clock, a fresh clock, and you've got 1 minute to get your bids in. And here is Mitch. Final thoughts, Mitch.
Well, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just art. This is history. I mean, you're literally buying a piece of art history. I mean, I'll give you some examples. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is a black and white etching from 1892, so no color at all. And that was at an auction with an estimate of $8,000 to $10,000. That particular piece, now this is also important. I want you to take a look at this. This is a black and white from 1924. The one you're bidding on is 1922. So the one I'm showing you on the screen, he was also alive. He would have, again, passed away 2 years later in 1926. But that is a black and white engraving, which is, by the way, where your piece started. Your piece starts in an engraving. And that piece has a reserve of $4,000, and that was from an auction catalog 10 years ago, 2016. And then here's another one from the Belle Isle Suite for sale for $5,800. And again, yours is in color and a life impression. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Well, it is the last chance now. I'm about to sell 500. It was bid with Cleo. Did I just hear 550? 550 is bid. Thank you very much. 550 is bid. 550. Was that Tawana? How lovely to see you, my dear. 550. 550 I'm selling. At 550, Cleo, you've got the opportunity. At 550, 600, it's back with Cleo. At 600, 600 is bid. Let's find out where Cleo's bid is from. At 600 bid, 650, I've got Tawana. Where's your bidder from, Tawana, please? Connecticut, thank you very much. 650. 650 is bid. 650, it's with Connecticut now. At 650, 650, 650, 650. Is that Oklahoma, the underbidder? 650 is the top bid, and it is with Connecticut now. Oklahoma up to you. 650 is the bid. 650, and I need 7 to move on at least. At 650, it's 104 years old, a lifetime Monet. And the original, as Mitch, through his research there, has found out, was purchased by the mother of the Queen, the late Queen, so Queen Elizabeth. Ladies and gentlemen, 700 bid. 700 bid by Cleo's bidder from Oklahoma. 700, Connecticut, 750 with Connecticut now. At 750, and I'll take 800 to move on. At 750, Tawana's bidder from Connecticut, thank you very much, you're in the lead. At 750, and I'm about to sell. At 750, and I'll take 800 to move on. 750 is bid, we're about to sell. At 750, another 50, last chance, about to go. 750. Thank you for letting me know. Cleo is out. Oklahoma is out. Connecticut's in. At 750, and it goes once, goes twice, third of the final time. Thank you, Connecticut. Well done. Give them a round of applause. Could you clap with me? Otherwise, I look like a seal looking for a fish. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, chaps. Okay, and thank you, Mitch. I appreciate it. We can hear you from Utah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Coming up now, we got lots of work coming with me. Lot 501 will be our next lot. Let's have a quick look at it. That is by none other, well, I don't think you need to be told, but it is a wonderful, wonderful 1958 Pablo Picasso. And ladies and gentlemen, offset lithograph in color on woven paper, first edition, the plate executed in the studio of the Draeger brothers in 1958. So very much a lifetime piece, and ladies and gentlemen, that is Picasso. And we have lots of great pieces coming your way. Vincent van Gogh, Franz Ledon, Josh Mayhem, Salvador Dali, Erte, Dwave, Farrah Fortnum, Kef, Yulia Gusarova, Pedro Ortiz, Salvador Dali, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, and a magnificent Harry Bunce sculpture to end the show. Ladies and gentlemen, some great pieces, but right now, the lifetime 1958 Pablo Picasso.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods, his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this piece, this is also where we're going to get into some very, very interesting history. For those of you who've watched the show on a fairly regular basis, you may have seen me talk about the Salvador Dali's that were a tribute to Francesco de Goya. This was also a tribute piece. Now, it wasn't uncommon at all for the great artists of the late 1800s and the early 1900s in Europe to pay some sort of an homage or a tribute to somebody that they respected and somebody that they would, usually it was a countryman, almost always somebody from the same country. And in this case, it was the great artist Diego Velázquez. Now, Diego Velázquez created a painting called Las Meninas, I want to make sure I get that right, which is Spanish for the ladies in waiting. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So this is the original painting, but once again, by Diego Velázquez. And let me double check. I wonder if it's got, oh, interesting. These are some other paintings by the artist and some studies and who the people were. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it as we go, but the painting was done in 1656. It's an oil on canvas, and it is part of the collection of the Museo del Prado in Madrid. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. It has become one of the most widely analyzed works in Western painting for the way its complex composition raises questions about reality, illusion, and the uncertain relationship it creates between the viewer and the figures depicted. Picasso was also fascinated with this particular painting. Now, what he did is he took it to, he definitely took it to a whole nother level. That is for sure. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, this is from the Picasso Museum. He did most of these paintings, a total of 58 pieces, grand total of 58. He did almost all of them within 1 year, 1957. In fact, he did. I take that back. He did all of them in 1957. So there's the sketch of Las Meninas, I believe it is pronounced. And as we go down and look, he makes these interpretations of the different characters in very Picasso-esque style. He also, and I'm going a little faster now, he also creates some images of background, the pigeons, etc. But the piece that you're bidding on is coming up. It's right here. There she is. So this is that particular painting, and that original was indeed painted in 1957. Now, something else that's very interesting about this. Take a look to your left, and what year was this offset lithograph created? 1958. Let's go back to the piece. That's only 1 year later, which was very, very unusual for Picasso all by itself. Why? One of the things that we kind of have to understand about Picasso, at least his history in art, remember the blue period pieces were started in 1904. And at the time, Picasso was poor as a church mouse. He couldn't sell a darn thing. In fact, the Blue Period pieces were just a complete and utter dramatic failure. Nobody wanted to buy them. Ironically, now they're the most expensive thing there is in the Picasso arsenal. All of them would be valued, each piece would be valued well over $100 million. But at the time, they were too somber, too depressing. People just couldn't get their head around it. And a few years later, he started with what was called the Rose Period, a little more cheerful, and that was kind of the start of his career. But keep in mind, between 1904 and about 1930, right about there, he was what you would call a successful working artist, right? He hadn't become art god, you know, he was just somebody, a Spanish artist who people thought were intriguing, and he was making a good living by the time he got to 1920. But by 1935, particularly by the time we got into the 40s, Picasso was definitely on his way to becoming essentially the Da Vinci, the Michelangelo of his time. So guess what he did not do during his early years, which makes perfect sense. He did not create a whole lot of prints. There's only a few of them. In fact, I think one of his record-breaking pieces was done around 1910, and it's an etching that currently sells for about $12 million, and there's 50 of them. So each one of those 50 is worth about 12 million bucks. But he didn't do many pieces. What he did start doing in the 1950s is he started creating offset lithographs of his older pieces, like the Blue Period. So in other words, imagine it's 1955, and I'm just guessing at this point, I'm just, you know, kind of throwing this out because this was kind of the average. And he decides to create offset lithographs of his Blue Period pieces that were done in 1904. So we're talking about a good, what, 30, 40 some odd years. This is one of the only times in Picasso's career where he loved these pieces so much that he created offset lithographs of the pieces before they were even allowed to be sold, before anybody could even buy them. He created offset lithography. Now, a few minutes ago with the Monet, we were talking about heliogravure, which was one of the first forms of color printmaking that was around in the early 1920s, right about 1920s or so. And remember we talked about, it was about 1930s, 1940s, we started to get into blended lithography. Well, Picasso was a fantastic lithographer, don't get me wrong. However, a stone lithograph, in other words, traditional lithography, maxes out at about 8 colors. You can't get more than 8. Picasso needed more than that for these pieces. He also needed a blending process, which was very difficult to get in standard lithography. So we chose offset lithography, which instead of using a stone plate, it uses more of a blanket. And it is a way of perfectly, and I do mean perfectly, replicating an actual existing painting. Richard, back to you.
Piece. Thanks, Mitch, and lovely, lovely work here, ladies and gentlemen, from 1958. Let's have a look at its certificate of authenticity. You can clearly see the piece is by Pablo Picasso, the Spanish master. I don't need to tell you, he was born in Malaga in Spain in 1881. He died in 1973. The title is Le Menin, and it is an offset lithograph printed in color on woven paper after the original. It is a first edition. The plate was executed in the studio of the Draeger brothers and published in a limited edition by Circle d'Art. The current bid is only $250, ladies and gentlemen. Bear in mind, it is a lifetime Picasso from 1958. He didn't pass away until 1973, so it's been gone 53 years now, over half a century since he passed away. And ladies and gentlemen, I actually lived in his hometown of Malaga whilst he was still alive. Between 1970 and 72, I was there as a young child, and it's a fantastic part of the world. If you ever get to go there, Andalusia is the region. They actually pronounce it Andaluthia, so the C becomes like a TH, Andaluthia. And the reason they do that actually dates back quite a few centuries, and it was when one of the Spanish kings had an unfortunate speech impediment, had a bit of a lisp, and so to make him feel comfortable, everyone in the royal courts spoke the same way. There we go. The power of kings in the old days. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, 1958 work, and it is a first edition, the plate executed in the studio of the Draeger brothers. So a great piece, and I would say, I know we use the word now and again, but that a child in Africa or in the Amazon in South America would look at that, they know that is a Picasso. Ladies and gentlemen, it is quintessential Picasso, 1958. Let's have a bit on it, and let's give you 3 minutes with Mitch. Good luck. Thank you.
So just a couple of things that I will point out. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This was one of the pieces I was telling you about, that this is Picasso's most valuable etching. Now, by the way, I thought it was 50. I apologize. I stand corrected. It was 15. So we made 15 of these, which, by the way, explains why they're so darn expensive. Each one of these is valued at approximately $12 million. Now, I want to share something with you that's kind of important for you to just kind of put into perspective. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Let's talk about specifically just offset lithography. Let's go ahead and show my screen again, please. So this is, you've seen me use this quite a bit. This is quite simply an art auction database. That's all it is. There's nobody's selling anything here. It's you pay for it. It's a subscription service, and it's used primarily by authenticators and appraisers all over the world. It just basically shows auction results. His record, now by the way, because Picasso's imagery, all of it is copyrighted in Art Price, there are no images. They don't actually show any. They only show the title of the piece and the medium. So everything here, because I used a filter, is an offset lithograph. Only offset lithographs. His record for a single offset lithograph is pretty darn staggering. It's $470,000. Now that is an unusual one, okay? But look at the averages. 45,000, 41,000, 29,000, 27,000, 25,000. By the way, this one at 29,000, that was set recently. That was March of 2026. Here's another one, 20,000, 20,000, 18,000. That's also 2026. And then this one had a starting price of $1,400, and it went all the way up to $18,000 offset lithograph. Now, I wanted to share one other thing with you. Let's go back to the piece for a moment. Sorry, guys in the booth, I'm making you bounce around all over the place. What Richard was saying is absolutely fact. The most important thing about this piece, hands down, is that it was done by Picasso during his lifetime, 1958. He didn't die till 1973. Now, Picasso, by the way, was known for creating different types of limited editions, signed and unsigned. Unsigned Picassos that were done during his life, and I'm talking about prints, any type of print, usually are typically going to sell at minimum of about $2,500 and up to, as you can see, about $40,000. Signed pieces will start at about $10,000 and go up to, as I said, over 10 million. But the average, the 10 million is kind of the exception. The average hovers right around 60, 70 to $150,000. That's where you're going to find most of those really high-end, nice signed lithographs and offset lithographs. Now, the reason I'm giving you all that information, let's go ahead and show my screen. These particular Picasso lithographs, I always show them because I'm genuinely amazed by them. By the way, this is one of the pieces from the Rose period, the guy holding the guitar right there. This piece is for sale for $17,000, but guess what? This is the part that really drops my jaw. They were done between 1979 and 1982. How is that possible? Because they weren't done by Pablo. They were created by his granddaughter, Marina Picasso, who owned the rights to the imagery of Picasso's work. They're editions, really big editions, of 500. So there's 500 of each of these, and they are selling this for $17,000. So not only is this piece not signed by Pablo Picasso, it most definitely is not, it wasn't even done while Picasso was alive. The piece that you're bidding on was. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. That is an absolute huge difference. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we're giving you I hope I'm giving you all of the information. Remember, you're bidding on an actual Picasso done during his life, one of the few times where he created the images almost directly after the paintings because he loved these pieces so much. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch, and I'll give you 1 minute and the final call for bids. 1 minute and the final call for bids now. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Final call for bids, 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, give me your best and final bids. It's literally about to sell. It is literally about to sell. When the clock runs out, the hammer comes down. It's as simple as that. Get your final bids in now if you want it. It is up to you. It's a 1958 lifetime piece. Don't be a late bidder. We're trying to avoid that by me giving you fair warning. Ladies and gentlemen, so it is final call, fair warning, and about to go, 30 seconds left. There we go there, ladies and gentlemen. Is there any further advance on this one? I think it's worth, well, what is it worth? I think easily 2,500 to 3,000, but let's say for the show here, I'm going to sell it under $1,000. That would be for nothing. Mitch has one final thing to say before I drop the hammer, so be quick if you want it.
This is real fast. I just wanted you to see this with your own eyes. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is a Picasso black and white lithograph from 1954, currently for sale for 9,800 euros. Looks like it's out of Germany, and it is not signed. That is an unsigned Picasso done really close to the year you're bidding on, 1954, for sale out of Europe for 9,800 euros. So what Richard just said about the value is spot on. Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Mitch, and it's going now. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to be quick. Last chance, last call. We are selling right now. Come on, any further advance, any further bids on this one? Well worth over this, ladies and gentlemen, so you're doing incredibly well if you get it. 5 is bid. At 5, get a bid of 5 up, 5 up, 5 up, 5 bid. At 500 bid, and it's about to go. Thank you for your bids, and give me your best and final bid now. Take $50 bids now. Take another 50 off anyone. You've got to be quick and let me know if you're bidding or not. If not, I'm about to sell. I am about to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is selling now. On sale with you. Best and final bids. 550 bid, 550, 550 is bid. At 5.5, 5.5, give me 6, 6 yes or no. I'll take another 50 to move on. Best and final bids now. Best and final bids. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else? Beverly, are you bidding? Are you in? Are you out? Nice to see you. Take 50 more. Take another 50, last chance, last call. It's going this time. It's a yes or no verdict, my dear. It's just a one-day auction. We can't be all night. Ladies and gentlemen, take another 50. I did give the final call for bids, a 1 minute final call for bid about 3 minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. We give you every opportunity. Take another 50 and we're in at 600 is bid. Take 50s now. Take 50s now. On sale and with you. It is selling this time. It is selling and going. Anyone else, yes or no? Are you in? Are you in? I'm going once. It is about to sell. It is on sale and with you. At 6.5 and going twice at 6.50. Third and the final time. Yes or no, Beverly? Can't wait all night, my dear. Gotta go. Gotta sell. Anyone else? 7 is bid at 7. Get a bid of 7 at 7 bid. At 700 bid, I'll take 50 more. At 700. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, at 7. It's a no-brainer, as they say. A 1958 lifetime quintessential Picasso. You cannot go wrong. The gavel's high. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, Michael. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with the show. And coming up now, if maybe Picasso wasn't a big enough name for you, we're going to bring in someone very, very popular. Vincent van Gogh, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go. Vincent van Gogh coming up next. Let's have a look at that. What an image that is. From 1935. This was published in Moscow, or Moscow, ladies and gentlemen. So published in Moscow in 1935. It is called La Ronde des Prisonniers, and ladies and gentlemen, it is an offset lithograph printed in color on woven paper, and the piece is literally 91 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. What a great, great and powerful piece. A little dark, obviously, the subject matter, ladies and gentlemen, but what a powerful piece that is, Mitch. You don't get many that evoke such power as this. It is a 1935 Van Gogh, and ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to hand it over to Mitch for lot 502 by the great Vincent van Gogh.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, this piece is quite powerful. And the story behind it is well, it's pretty darn sad. But it is, as Richard said, it is quite moving. And I'm going to get there in just a moment or two. But the truth is, every time I present Vincent van Gogh, it's, you know, my gosh, I've been doing this 30 years. And, you know, it never changes. It always breaks my heart. I mean, it really does. You've all heard of the expression about someone being ahead of their time. To me, that describes Vincent just perfectly. You know, remember we were talking about Monet a few minutes ago, how when he showed those works to the jury of the Salon, the jury rejected him and said, oh my gosh, these pieces are terrible. If we show these, we're going to get laughed at. How could we possibly do this? Same thing, same story. Multiple times throughout art history, artists have been very much ahead of their time, and certainly ahead of what critics would think was acceptable. And Vincent van Gogh was a perfect example of that. Now, he falls into the category of post-impressionism. So he came into the next wave right after Monet and Pissarro and those guys, and he was right there with Degas and Gauguin. Those were, of course, or forgive me, not Degas, Gauguin and Lautrec, those were two, and then Vincent, of course, three of the great post-impressionists, where they used non-naturalistic colors, vibrant and bright brushstrokes. Well, what Vincent did, where Vincent's real claim to fame comes, is Impressionism started with impasto, meaning it was visible brushstrokes, but Vincent took that one step further and started using what was called directional brushstrokes. So we started creating paintings that looked a lot more like sculpture, and nobody had ever done that before. Now, personally, between you and me, I have no idea why he wasn't successful. I look at his paintings, and even if I didn't know anything about Vincent van Gogh at all, I'd be like, wow, these are cool. I would have thought they were wonderful, not knowing anything at all. But for some reason, people just went by them. He sold one painting during his life, and sadly, this is the part that always breaks my heart, is he died believing he was a complete failure. And his letters to his brother Theo, which we're going to talk about in a moment or two, were always filled with this incredible frustration of how can I be better? Why don't they like me? I'm pouring my heart into these works. You know, why is this happening? And it's, like I said, it's one of the most powerful stories in the history of art. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. We'll go through a little bit about Vincent's history, and then we're going to talk about this piece. So here's a couple of his very famous paintings. Here is The Bedroom at Arles, another really big one. And these three, The Night Cafe, The Irises, and on the right, Vincent painted a lot of self-portraits, including several as he cut his ear off after getting into a great big fight with his good friend Gauguin and just kind of lost the plot and got out a razor blade, and we all kind of know the history. His most famous painting, in fact, this is one of the 10 most important paintings in the history of art, called The Starry Night. It's currently located in the Museum of Modern Art of New York City. That's myself in front of it about 15, almost 20 years ago. I always like to show this just because I think it's fun. Someone was building a house and painstakingly built a river rock fireplace based on the Starry Night. I thought that was just unbelievably cool. Here's a couple of his auction records for some lesser known art. His most famous pieces, they'd be, my gosh, 200, 300, 400 million. They'd be ridiculous price if they ever went up for sale, but they never will. 81 million, 82 million. Now this is the painting I chose to illustrate the point I was just talking about. Do you see how the brushstrokes have directions? The circles for the sun, the kind of wavy straight line for the road, the branches of the tree. It's not just visible brushstrokes, it's directional brushstrokes. He was the first one to do that. And just like I said, nobody really caught on. Now this part has to do with why the piece you're bidding on is actually quite valuable. Because Vincent, well, I'll go back to the story, but let me tell you about this piece. This was one of the only pieces he ever did with his own hand. One of the few etchings that he ever did with his own hand. And this was done the very same year that he died, by the way. This was done in 1890. He passed in 1890. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, why didn't Vincent make more? Well, there's a universal truth in the art world. No artist, and I mean no artist, is going to get involved with doing any kind of prints, whether it's etchings, engravings, lithographs, offsets, anything like that, if they can't sell a painting. There's no point. The only point, the reason artists do that is to give a secondary price point and a third price point to different ranges of affordability. Rich people buy paintings. So artists would often try to create imagery in different types of mediums that people who weren't rich could afford. And at the time, that was usually different types of prints. But because Van Gogh couldn't sell a single painting, there are hardly any prints by him anywhere. Now, the history of this piece is pretty darn sad. It's a late work that was painted in the St. Paul Asylum in St. Remy, inspired by an 1872 engraving by Gustave Doré called The Exercise Yard, which I'm going to show you in just a moment or two. It was published in a book called The London Pilgrimage, and that's where Vincent saw it. And it's currently, the oil painting is held, the one that you're bidding on, the original oil painting is held by the Pushkin Museum in Moscow, which makes sense as to why this piece was published in Moscow, because the original is owned by the Pushkin Museum. Van Gogh suffered an attack of ill mental health in the year 1888. He was detained in a mental hospital from May 1889 to May of 1890. The director of the hospital, Dr. Pellion, and Van Gogh's brother Theo encouraged Vincent to paint in order to aid in his recovery. Unable to go outside and paint from life, he turned to copying other works, including photographs and engravings. So I'm going to share two things with you. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is a photograph of Vincent's painting. Now keep in mind, he would die just a few months later. So it was sad that they released him from that asylum, because he killed himself sadly very, very shortly after. So that is the original by Vincent. And that's the print. So this is what he saw. This is the print by Gustave Doré. Let's see if I can get it a little bit enlarged so you can see it. So as you can see, the print created by Gustave was black and white. It was a standard black and white etching, engraving, and of course it's prisoners in the yard kind of walking. I don't even want to call that a yard. It looks like almost like a, I don't know what to call it, not really a cellar, but this is them getting exercise. And then Vincent, of course, gave it his usual coloring. And even look at the bottom of the piece. Do you see the bottom where it's representing the flagstones, the bricks? Look at his directional brushstrokes. Even there, using those directional brushstrokes and all through the bricks and giving that wonderful classic post-impressionism color. So let's go back to the piece. So 1935, and this is kind of a perfect time for this piece, by the way, because what did we talk about just a minute ago with Picasso? Offset lithography. So we're going to go back to that in just a moment or two when I come back. Richard, back to you.
Mitch, and ladies and gentlemen, here we go with the Vincent van Gogh. Bids are coming in, and thank you so much. It is lot 502, and here's your certificate of authenticity for the Van Gogh, the Dutch master, born in 1853. He only lived until 1890, therefore not producing hundreds and hundreds of works. What he did produce was obviously very powerful. Many of his originals are multi-million-dollar pieces, obviously. This is La Ronde des Prisonniers, and it is an offset lithograph. It was printed in color, on woven paper, after the original, and the first edition that we see here was published in Moscow in 1935. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1935, this was created 4 years before the start of World War II. Very, very scarce. The Moscow edition, very famous and quite desirable pieces, actually, because of the quality of the work. The quality of these, Mitch, were absolutely fantastic, the way they were executed as lithographs. And ladies and gentlemen, you've got a wonderful opportunity to collect a very powerful, very famous image. Let's go back to the image. Let's have a look at it. And if we could zoom in even closer on it, I think it'd be very interesting just to enjoy the piece just for a second. Let's drop the graphics and really have a look at that work of art and see what you think of it, ladies and gentlemen. But it is, you know, quite a powerful piece, as you can imagine. You see the faces there, you know, done in his unique style. Obviously, he wasn't so famous for his figurative works as some of the others, but this is very, very, very well executed indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, a great piece by Van Gogh, and published in Moscow in 1935. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get your bids in. I'll give you 3 minutes with Mitch to hear some further information, and we will be dropping the hammer shortly after that. So, the measurements on this one, just for your information, I'm going to put it in at 20 by 22. 20 by 22, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a lovely piece, beautifully framed as well. Lovely heavy frame on that one. Let's get bidding. 3-minute clock with Mitch. Thank you.
So just a couple of quick things. We talked about offset lithography just a moment or two ago when we were referring to the Picasso. Remember, offset lithography, we don't really see it much anymore. In fact, it's pretty much a dead printmaking technique, because now we have things like giclée. But back in the time period, between about 1925, 1920, all the way through about 1950, 60. So offset lithography was a pretty big deal, especially if you needed to get lots and lots of color blending, lots of different colors, and your goal was to create something as perfectly from an original painting as humanly possible. Now, this particular piece is, I mean, I could skip over it, but I don't think that's the right thing to do. But this one does have just an unbelievably sad history, which I'll tell you a little bit about right now. The painting depicts a group of prisoners walking in a circle around a claustrophobic prison yard, surrounded by brick walls with a few small arched windows way up high. The prisoners are parading past detectives so they would remember the criminals' faces. The work is dominated by tones of blue and green and shadowy depths of the yard, with splashes of red on the better lit bricks up above. One prisoner at the front of the group without a cap, whose features may resemble Vincent's, it's that front character, has turned his head to look out at the viewer. The scene recalls Vincent van Gogh's own detention and his psychological isolation. So in the black and white, that particular prisoner has no hair color. But in this piece, Vincent has given him the same hair color as his own. So that is something to think about. But the other part that's, again, I'm going to read this directly from it because it's, like I said, it's pretty profound. Just a few months after completing the work, Vincent van Gogh shot himself in July of 1890. The Prisoner's Round was one of the last works he ever created and was displayed around his coffin before his funeral. This piece. Now, when I think about that, I mean, there was a message being sent, wasn't there? Out of all of Van Gogh's works, this one, this is the one that was displayed by his coffin? And Emile Bernard wrote of the convicts riding in a circle surrounded by high prison walls, a canvas inspired, or forgive me, what did he say? Convicts walking in a circle surrounded are inspired by a door of a terrifying ferocity, and which is also symbolic of Vincent's end. Wasn't life like that for him? A high prison like this with such high walls, so high, and these people walking endlessly round in this pit. Weren't they the poor artists? The poor damned souls walking past under the whip of destiny. Like I said, pretty darn amazing story. Now, this painting was inherited by Theo, his brother, and his wife. Now, that leads us to the next part of the story, which is pretty darn fascinating. If Vincent died before he If Vincent died without selling any paintings, how did he become famous? Well, this is where the plot thickens, as they say. The whole time that Vincent was working, the whole time, he's writing letters furiously to his brother Theo. Now, in those letters, he's also writing, or I should say drawing, little sketches. Let's go ahead and show my screen, of what would later become his most famous paintings. Incredible, right? So on the right, really famous painting, The Bedroom at Arles. And on the left is the sketch by Vincent van Gogh and the notations that he sent to his brother Theo. Now these particular pieces, let me show you real quick. I'll go to them right there. Letters to Theo. Now Theo died only, I believe it was only 6 weeks, 2 months after Vincent died. Not long after that at all. So Theo's widow was left alone with many of these paintings and all of these letters. And boy, did she have a great idea. She took the letters to a book publisher who thought, man, this is, you're reading the fascinating insights of this tortured mind and how he's creating artwork. And he published the book. The book almost instantly became a bestseller, Letters to Theo. And guess what happened next? Everybody wanted the art. And that's where Vincent van Gogh's work took off. Richard, back to you.
Okay, well, thanks, Mitch. And let's give you one final minute and the final call for bids. One final minute, final call for bids, please. And ladies and gentlemen, don't leave it to the last minute. Always get on the phone and talk to this wonderful phone team. They're here to help you. So don't leave it to the last second, because you may miss out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling now. In the next minute, it goes. Anyone else, yes or no? I've got 650. At 650 is bid with Kim. Thank you very much at 650, and I'll take 700 to move on. Thank you. Karen's in the lead at 700. 700. And where's your bidder from, Karen? 700. From Kansas. How lovely. Thank you very much. Kansas in the lead at 700. 750 I have with Kim's bidder, if we can find out where Kim's bidder's from. 750 with Kim's bidder. Connecticut. Thank you, Kim. 750 is bid. 750 is bid. 750. 750 is bid. 750. Any further bids, yes or no? I've got to sell. It's going now. Are you bidding? 750. Are you sure? Are they sure they're sure? 750. 750 is bid. 750. 750. I'll take 8 to move on. Connecticut in the lead. Cleo. Thank you so much, Karen. 800 with Karen's bidder at 800. 800 is bid. 800 is bid. Anyone else, yes or no? At 800 from Kansas, 800 is bid. And you see, you did very well there, because it looks like the underbidder is out at 800, and I'm selling now. 800 it's going. Anyone else? Darren, we'll find out if you're bidding or not. If not, I'm moving on at 800. 800, I'll give you another 30 seconds just as a courtesy, only because I know you had a problem with the phone call there. At 800, I'm just doing it as a courtesy to you. At 800, so you've got less than 30 seconds. It's 50 more to move on. 800 is bid. Up to you. I'm selling now. 800. Up to you. 850. Thank you, Darren. 850 is bid. 850 is bid. With Darren at 850. And Kansas, I do appreciate you bidding at 850. 850 is bid. 850. Thank you, Kansas. 850 with Darren's bidder now at 850. Going once at 850. We are going this time twice. Karen, thank you anyway. At 850, Soul with Darren's bidder. Thank you very much. Well done to you. A very powerful piece. Great, great work of art there, ladies and gentlemen. And coming up now, a superb artist which is very well known to both Mitch and myself. I had the great pleasure of working with him when I was only about 30 years of age, just about 10 years ago. And don't laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, so a wonderful artist that we both worked with many, many years ago from France. He has lived in America and in France for all his life, ladies and gentlemen. And this is called Black and White Interior. And this very beautiful and very unique work is produced on canvas. It's a strictly limited edition, and it's a Giclée archival pigments on canvas, with the benefit of it actually being hand embellished, which I don't know if you remember this, Mitch, but it was very difficult to get the hand embellished works years ago. So we're lucky to have these. And ladies and gentlemen, it is produced on canvas. When you have a hand embellished print on canvas, you are really looking at the very, very best that we can get you after an original painting. There's nothing that reaches this quality quite like a hand-finished work by the artist. So, ladies and gentlemen, the hand-embellished work on canvas, hand-signed, black and white interior by Fonch-Ledon with Mitch.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, I'm a huge fan. I own one in my own collection. In fact, I think I own two. One is in storage, but one is in my house right now as we speak. Fonch has a very specific style, and you're looking right at it. Most definitely looking right at it. Oh, those are Picasso plates. I was going to ask the guys to get close on the art to see if I can figure it out. Let's look at that painting. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. That's a Matisse. Yeah, that's a Matisse. And if we go down further on the vase, that's a Picasso vase, which is yeah, that's a Picasso vase right there. Okay, and you're probably wondering, well, what the heck? Why all the other artists? Fonch-Ledon's style is exactly what you're looking at. He creates these very, very distinctive interior scenes of homes that are all of his imagination. So none of these places actually exist as far as I know. But they're kind of these idealized modern environments that when we look at them, we all tend to think the same thing. Kind of like what we thought when we saw Thomas Kinkade. We all thought, wow, that's really cool. I want to go there. You know, exactly where that is. And what he's known for, these really bright, just incredibly bright. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I'll share with you some other works. Bright, vibrant colors, very, very definitive lines. Like I said, almost always an interior scene of some kind. But one of the things, like as we look at this one right there, oh, hold on, that did not work. Let's try that again. Shrink it. There we go. Those are Miro's. So 1, 2, 3 Miro's. So what he'll often do, let's go back to the work, is he'll pay homage to some great artist within his individual pieces. So every time I've ever seen a Fonch-Ledon, I've always said, oh my gosh, let's see who it is. And I've always been curious. And I just spotted something purely by accident. Let's see if I can enlarge it so you can see it a little better. 1 second. Oh, for heaven's sakes. This particular website's doing some interesting and goofy things. Give me one moment, I'm just trying to make an adjustment here. Okay, this isn't the best photo, but let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. So here's an interior Fonch-Ledon, and who's that painting in the background, right above the fireplace? Yeah, that's Vincent van Gogh's bedroom at Arles, right there. So we were just talking about Vincent and even saw that painting. And on the right, that's a Degas. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, there's something we definitely want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about the hand embellishing. But before we do, let's talk a little bit about his background, so you'll know a little bit more about him. Fonch-Ledon, and his real name is François Ledon. And of course, the nickname for Francois, anybody named Francois in French, they often just call him Fonch. That's kind of their nickname. In 1949, he was born in Brittany, France. He is a French artist, but he is also known very much as a French-American artist due to his extensive success in the United States. And it is really true. In fact, he reminds me a lot of Louis Icart. What did Louis Icart and Fanch Ledon have in common? Well, they were both French, and they both made the majority of their living selling art to Americans. Both of them were much, much more popular in the United States than they were in France. So they both have that in common. Fanch is a self-taught fine artist. In fact, he never formally trained in painting. His style is vivid, often naive, or what is called primitive in the historical sense, with strong color, clean lines, a sense of order, and a romantic or whimsical mood. He is especially known for what I was describing, but they're called interiorscapes. So instead of a landscape, they refer to them as interiorscapes. Again, interior scenes looking out to an open view of some kind. He's had exhibitions virtually all over the world and private commissions for companies like Air France, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Yokohama, as well as Exxon and several others. Fanch Ledon's art often expresses a balance between what is real, familiar architecture, and what is imagined or idealized. So we talked a little bit about that. Now, what I really want to discuss, Fanch Ledon's paintings are pretty darn expensive. That's for sure. Give me 1 second. Let me go to here so I kind of give you an idea. See if I can pull this up. His paintings for the small ones are about $5,000 and the big ones go up to about $20,000 or so. What you're looking at is something that's become really, really popular over the last 20 years in the art world in general. And believe it or not, it was Thomas Kinkade 20 years ago that started making this a big, big deal. Giclée is now the most modern and the most perfect form of printmaking technique that there is. It's designed specifically to replicate an original painting. So somewhere out there is a very expensive original painting of this piece. Now, if you put them side by side next to a Giclée on canvas, you'd have a real difficulty even knowing which one was which, because Fanch didn't show visible brushstrokes. That's where a Giclée, by the way, has a limitation. A Giclée cannot show texture. So if it's replicating an artist or a piece where there is no brushstrokes visible, the two of them will be so perfect you won't really be able to tell much of a difference. But it was Thomas Kinkade who realized that if you create a Giclée on canvas, a Giclée uses a copious amount of ink. Really heavy ink, so much so that in general paper couldn't handle it. But with canvas, the canvas can absorb the ink very, very well, but still it comes out flat. It comes out with no texture, no brush strokes. So Thomas Kinkade realized since it's on canvas, he could take out his brush and actually paint directly onto the Giclée. Usually where the light sources are, like the lighthouses, the lights inside the cabins, things like this. And the whole idea was pretty simple, to make a print look and act like an original painting. And ever since then, it's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. So that is exactly what this piece is. It is a Giclée on canvas, but then the artist went back and took out his paintbrush and hand painted directly over all of the colorful accents. So that when you get the piece home, if you look carefully, even you can do this with a clean hand, make sure you wash your hand, and you can rub your hand directly across the piece and you'll feel it. You'll feel the embellishments, you'll feel the paint. But the whole idea, and it'd be on things like where those, where that colorful painting is, for example. The water right there, you can kind of see it. Little highlights on the water, little highlights in those plates. It's all done with a great amount of attention to detail to, once again, make the piece feel like an original painting. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. What I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, because actually we don't bid for you, we wait for you to call in and place your bid. We have not received a bid on the work. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put up a 3-minute clock. If by the time it hits 1 minute, I haven't received a bid, Kim will be removing it from the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't bid for you. We don't bid for you. We simply won't bid for you. So just call in, place a bid if you're interested. Here we go. Fonchladon then, the French master. So once again, no bids received. I don't mind where we start, it's where we finish. And it is a wonderful piece, this, on black and white interior. It must be the World Cup, Mitch. Must be the World Cup. Big game. Gicleve archival pigment on canvas with hand embellishments. It is signed by the artist on the lower right, numbered on the verso. You've got about 1 minute and 20 seconds. When it hits 1 minute, if there's still no bids, it's going out. Unsold. Ladies and gentlemen, up to you. You've got just over 1 minute. Here's Mitch. What a great piece, Mitch. It's on canvas. It's hand finished. He's a world famous artist. His work is collected all over the world, as you and I know. Ladies and gentlemen, he did a strictly limited edition of 250 worldwide. Fantastic piece. Thank you very much. And no bids at the moment. You've got to get on the phone. You've got to get on the phone. You've got 45 seconds. You've got 45 seconds. Here we go.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make this easy for you, or at least I'm going to try. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So I'm going to show you quite a few. These are all Fonchladon prints unframed, and none of them are hand embellished. None of them. Okay, so this one's for sale unframed for $1,600 without hand embellishing. The one you're bidding on is hand embellished, just so you kind of get an idea. So far, far more valuable. This one is also on paper. The one you're bidding on is on canvas. So it would have roughly 3 times the value of that. We're looking closer to about $4,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. And there's a whole bunch of them. Let's see if I can find some others in here. That's just one. Give me 1 second and I'll look, see what I can find. Sometimes they show the price, sometimes they don't. Okay, let's see, on paper, let's show another one. So here is a piece by Fonchladon, again, unframed, sold for it's for sale for $1,800, and it is also on paper, not hand embellished, so just a straight print, $1,800. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. On average, in fact, you can look this up, it's not hard to find. On average, Fonchladon prints, unembellished, sell between about $1,500 and $2,500 based on size. So the small ones are about $1,500, and let's see, I think I spotted one in here. If I can, I'll show it to you. And then the larger ones are considerably more. But these pieces are very, very unique to the art market, which explains a lot because I can't find one. This is a website, a very, very well-known art brokerage website, and it's not showing any hand embellished pieces, which is kind of interesting. Let's go and show my screen one more time. This is an edition of 350. Now this one's framed, so that one's framed. That's a little better deal. $2,500, but also on paper, not on canvas, and not hand embellished. $2,500 by Fonchladon. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you right now for certain the piece you're bidding on is far more valuable than the one I'm showing you on that screen. Far more. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece, and back to you, Richard.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Bids are coming in, and we're selling now. Is there any further bid now? Best and final bids now, Kim. Up to you. I'll give you 1 minute and 1 minute only. 1 minute and 1 minute only. We're on sailing with you. Come on, give me a best and final bids. Is there anyone else? Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? They've got to go this time, Kim. 3 1/4, 3 1/4. Come on, give me a best and final bids. I'm selling now. Best and final bids. It's on sailing with you. And ladies and gentlemen, took a little while, but you did get on the phone eventually. And thank you very much for doing so. As you see, we don't bid for you. It's up to you. So we give you every opportunity, and we are in the final 30 seconds now. Final 30 seconds, Op 502A, the hand-embellished magnificent work of Fonchladon. And what a piece. That frame alone is probably about $750, $800. Ladies and gentlemen, it's beautifully done. It's on sale with you 15 seconds to go. Hand-embellished, on canvas. Beautiful edition, ladies and gentlemen. Up to you. I think it's a great deal for that money. You can't go wrong. On sale with you. Last chance, Kim. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Sold and gone. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with the show, and coming up now we have a beautiful little sculpture for you, and it's lot 503, and it is a wonderful piece by the American artist Josh Mayhem. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you're going to love this little piece. Let's have a look at the Retriever. What a great piece it is. Ladies and gentlemen, what a work of art. And that is your opportunity to bid on it now. And we are now taking you over to Mitch for Josh Mayhem. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you very much, Richard. And I tell you what, right now, if you guys aren't bidding on this, I will. I'll take that home in about 2 seconds flat. I have a golden retriever, Buddy. I'll have to, before the presentation's over, I'll have to share a photo like any golden retriever owner where it's, we love our dogs. I happen to live in the mountains in Park City, Utah, and I hike and fly fish like crazy, and Buddy has been my, my constant fishing buddy for about 7 or 8 years now. So when I see a piece like this, it's pretty darn special. But let's back up. I apologize, kind of going down a little rabbit hole there. Let's talk a little about Josh Mayhem. Now, where he started, one of the things that's fascinating in art, if we look at art history, is how many artists, and I'm talking about successful artists, ones who have really made a name for themselves, quite often did so almost by accident. They bumped into something unexpected. They experimented with something that maybe a friend suggested, something along those lines. And in many cases, they had no idea, no realization whatsoever, the meaning or how profound some little tiny left turn was going to be. And that is exactly what happened with Josh Mayhem. Now, Josh was born in the United States in 1979. As a kid, and I'm talking about junior high school, he was one of these really super handsy people where he just loved creating and loved wood shop and metal shop and all of these kind of things. And by the time he was only about 16, he was really young, he started creating, he was fascinated with toys that were really popular. But you know, as we were kids, especially, you know, in my age group, you know, they were all these kind of plastic toys, right? They were fun, but obviously they were made usually in Asia as cheap as humanly possible. Josh had this idea of taking traditional popular toys and then remaking them by hand. So super high quality handmade toys. Now, it started off, the pieces were fairly small. And over about 2-3 years, they got big, where some of these pieces were like 10 feet. And they were taking them on display to things like different Comic-Cons, FanX, and this type of thing. And by the time he was 18, 19, he was winning all kinds of prizes. He's selling these pieces for a lot of money, especially for somebody his age. And this was kind of the direction his career was going. And then came that kind of left turn. His friend, one of his very good friends, had a sculpture made out of resin that was broken in a move. And he was heartbroken. He was just crushed because he really loved this work of art. And by the way, it must have really been brutal because resin is really hard to break. In fact, it's almost impossible. So to break a resin sculpture, somebody must have really tried. But he brings it to his friend Josh and says, look, I know the piece is now worthless. Even if you fix it, it has no value any longer, but it doesn't matter to me. I love this piece. Can you fix this? Can you restore this? And Josh took a look at it, and he'd never done resin work at all, at least not at this level. And so he says, well, let me play around with it. Let me experiment with it. And he takes it out to his studio, which at the time was his garage, and he starts, you know, gathering these resins, and he's kind of does whatever he thinks he can do to get it going, and he covers it with different resins to try to fix it, and he leaves it in a horizontal position on like a sawhorse to dry. And he comes out in the morning and he lifts the piece up. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. And it looks like this. This is exactly what happened. I mean, this piece I was going to show you anyway, for sale for $12,300. But imagine if you turned this piece a quarter turn to the right? And so the resin is dripping downwards from gravity. But then the resin hardens, overnight, you put it right side up, and you get this. And for Josh, it was like an epiphany. I mean, it really was. It was this moment of just realization. Because what does it look like? Wind. It looks like wind. And that is exactly what Josh thought. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. And so he fixed his friend's sculpture. That's part of the story. But from what I understand, he was also like, dude, this is really good. And the next thing you know, he is off and running. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So this is Josh Mayhem. This is what he looks like. And over the last 10 years, he has just been killing it. I mean, absolutely killing it. This was at Art Basel. And by the way, Art Basel is a little bit like the Paris Salon I was talking about a little earlier, in that you have to be invited to go. So it's kind of an invitation-only thing. That's in 2019 with the Blown Away Buddha. Art Basel. There's another one. That's the one I just showed you that I think is selling for about $13,000. Blown Away Dunny sells out in 2 days. This is his most expensive piece. I thought this was such a cool idea. There's 4. You can only really see 2, but there's 4 of them. There's 4 Air Jordans. And this is what he did with those Air Jordans and created this sculpture. I believe that piece sold for about $25,000. It's one of a kind. So very, very cool piece right there. And this kind of gives you an idea of his work. That is a lenticular print. So that's not even an original sculpture. That's a print, $7,000. Blown Away Dunny pins. This was back in the early days, 2016. That sold out. And there you go, and you kind of get an idea. In a moment or two, I'm going to come back and show you some prices. Let's go back to the work. Now, what is different about this particular piece, what is quite different, is the fact that this is, and this is neither here nor there, but it's interesting to note, it's the first piece I've ever seen by Josh Mayhem. Well, actually, I take that back. I'm doing a little bit of a search right now to make sure that I'm being accurate. Okay, it's not something he does often. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is a small one, by the way. This one's about the size of what you're bidding on. So that's a little one. That's Blown Away Flyboy. That's for sale for $5,500. But this one, what I was about to say, and I was, like I said, I was wrong. This one's dripping downwards as well. So I was under the impression, from my memory, that most of Josh Mayhem's work had that blown away feature where the resin drips were sideways, horizontal, so representing wind. In this particular case, this is very much like the one you're bidding on. Let's go back to the piece. So the one we're bidding on, it does not have that blown away effect, but it does have the resin effect, and that is on the book. So the Love Letter Retriever. And oh, Camel Rain. Cool, so that's what that's supposed to be. The resin is meant to be water. It's meant to look like rain. So the retriever is bringing the book or the letter in the rain, and the rain is dripping off of the letter. That's really neat. Now, one of the reasons, by the way, that Josh Resin's works are so collectible is when we talk about casting. When we talk about casting a sculpture, that can be a limited edition. It starts off with molder's clay, and it's usually a bronze. So a molder's clay piece can be cast and turned into a limited edition bronze. You cannot cast resin, and you cannot cast glass. So those two things, by their very nature, they're one of a kinds. Each one of these pieces, every single piece by Josh Mayhem, every single piece is a one-of-a-kind piece. There are no two exactly alike, and each piece is done entirely by hand. Based on the size alone on this piece, this is approximately a $5,000 work. Richard, back to you.
Thank you, Mitch. And here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, on the magnificent little retriever sculpture by none other than Josh Mayhem, and a lovely, lovely piece, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go then, Josh Mayhem and it's called Love Letter Retriever. Love Letter Retriever. And it's in what he calls camo rain, so camouflage rain. And it's an original hand-painted acrylic and resin sculpture, ladies and gentlemen, signed by the artist along the bottom of the piece. And once again, this is a unique work. So far, Kim, we've only got a bit of 300, which is a little bit low, as you know, for a unique sculpture. And it is a unique work executed by Mayhem in his California studio. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to quickly give you the measurements of this piece, just so you're aware. And it is approximately, let's do it here, 8 inches high. 8 inches high, and at the widest point, I'm going to call that 5 inches. 5 inches by 8 inches, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully done. I mean, the way he hand paints these, ladies and gentlemen, the finish of them, absolutely exquisite. Can we zoom in really, really close on that? And let's just drop the graphics and enjoy the work of art for a moment. There. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely beautiful. And there you see the drips coming down from the love letter. And in fact, if you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, on the letter itself, there's a little heart, if you can see that. So a little heart on the love letter. And there is that beautiful little retriever, man's best friend. A wonderful piece. And let's see the full piece in its glory there. Lovely little piece, 8 inches across high by about 5 or 6 inches in width. Ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful piece. I'm sure you'll agree. Let's get bidding. 400 is the bid. I'm going to give you a 3-minute clock. And once again, Mitch, just so you're aware, it is signed on the bottom here. So hand signed on the bottom by Josh Mayhem. It is a unique sculpture. Absolutely beautiful little piece. Over to you. 3-minute clock, please.
I don't know if you noticed, but when Richard showed the bottom of that piece, there's a little 1-1, meaning it's a 1 of 1. So each piece has to be done by hand. And I promised, I haven't, I've been on this show now for 7 years, and I don't think I've ever done this, but I've never had an occasion. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is the guy I was talking about. That's his name is Buddy, and this was taken in the mountains really close to my home where I go hiking in the fall. So this was just last fall, and I kind of, my golden retriever happens to be on the red side, so I thought it would, I always like it in the fall because he matches the colors in the background. So there's my golden retriever right there. He is my just absolute best friend. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, this particular piece, Love Letter Retriever Camo Rain. As I said, what's fascinating about this work is most of the pieces I've seen by Josh Mayhem are meant to represent wind of some kind. And this particular piece does not. This one is meant to represent rain. So that's kind of interesting all by itself. So I showed you this, but in case you're just joining us, let's go ahead and show my screen. Here's 2 pieces that are currently for sale right now as we speak. This is a smaller one. That one is $5,500. It's about the same size as the one you're bidding on. This is a larger one. This one's actually pretty good size. That one is $12,300. And then here's a wonderful article about him. This goes back to 2021. Josh Mayhem turning art toys into contemporary sculpture. So this was during the pandemic. That's of course why he's wearing that mask. And so they're talking about him and some of his different achievements, which is pretty darn fun. Let's go back to the piece. I'll see if I can find some others. Let's see. Oh, that one sold. There was one that sold, so that one's gone. Oh, here we go. I found another one. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So this one's similar. It also has the drips downward rather than the drips sideways. That one's called Lazy Days, and that one is for sale for $12,300. As I said, the record, the most expensive one I think is those Air Jordans. Those are about $25,000. And then here is, see if this is gonna still there. It's kind of a, yeah, it's a bio. So there's Josh Mayhem, there's the Blown Away Buddha, the Jeff Koons dog there in the background right there on the right. And if you get a chance, man, read about him, because it's a great story. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. As I was saying in the beginning, I would absolutely take this piece home in a heartbeat. I don't have a whole lot of sculptures. I have a few, not too many. Most of my pieces are glass that I brought back from Italy, some Murano glass, and I'm trying to think, but I don't think I have anything like this. But I really like the sentiment. Like I said, just looking at it, that is a cool sentiment, because retrievers, if you train them, man, they will retrieve anything. I remember I saw one guy who had trained his dog to open the fridge and get a can of beer and bring it to him in his chair and something like that. With my dog, it's his ball. He will play fetch with that ball until he drops. But his favorite thing in the whole world is to go fishing with me. I'll throw out when I'm fly fishing, because I only fly fish rivers, things like this. As soon as I get a fish on and that line snaps and the rod bends, he just focuses. He can't wait to see that fish come out of the water. So there's just something wonderful about this particular breed. Richard, back to you.
Okay, well, I'm selling now. I'll give you one final minute, and final call for bids, please. Final call for bids. Anyone else now on the magnificent little retriever sculpture, ladies and gentlemen, by Josh Mayhem. Phone calls coming in, so ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you. Get your bids in now. We are selling. We're moving on. At $650 is the top bid at the moment. $650. I'll take $50 bids to move on from here. Tawana, up to you, my dear. 650 is bid, 7 is bid with Tawana. Thank you. 7 is bid. 700. Remember, it's a unique work. There's only one exactly like this in the world. 750 is bid. Thank you. 750 is bid. 750 is bid. 750. 750 is bid. 750. 750. 750, and I need 8 to move on. 750. 750. Tawana, are you out? 750, sorry to hear that. 750, it's a lovely piece. 750, Mike, up to you now. Final chance, final call. It is the final call for bids. 2 seconds to go. I'm selling. 750, going once then at 750. Going twice, are you bidding? 750, third and the final time at 750. It sells and goes, and that's a lovely piece. Absolutely beautiful. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much. Sold and gone. Thank you, team. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on with the show. And great piece coming your way. And it is lot 504 by the wonderful surrealist master Salvador Dali.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century. And of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud, and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, these particular pieces from the Divine Comedy represent one of the most fascinating stories in the history of art, but also flat out, just right from the beginning, Salvador Dali's Divine Comedy is a representation of one of the finest printmaking achievements in the history of art. This is easily in the top 5, right up there with Marc Chagall's illustrations of the Old Testament. Again, this was the pinnacle of printmaking. But how it came to be is the most fascinating story, that's for sure. Around 1948, Salvador Dali went to Italy, where he was given an audience with the Pope, which was kind of unusual, being that he was a professed atheist. But the Pope received him anyway. And during that time period, they discussed a painting that he wanted to create, and the Pope gave his blessing, and it became one of his most important paintings based upon the Virgin Mary, called La Donna of Port Lejat. Only a few years later, about the mid-1950s or so, the Italian government did something relatively unthinkable. They approached Salvador Dali and asked him if he would illustrate their most beloved book in Italian literature, The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Now, to put this into perspective, Dante Alighieri is to Italy what Shakespeare is to England. So this is a really big deal. The Divine Comedy is also one of the most complex and respected books in the history of literature. So it's a really special book. Alighieri was born in 1265. He passed away in 1321, just to give you an idea of the years of his life. And this particular book he worked on between 1307 and 1321, right up until his death. Now, you have to remember, to kind of put this into perspective, Dali had been approached many times by publishers to illustrate their literature projects. And Dali said no 98% of the time. This was, he just did not see himself as an illustrator. He saw himself as the greatest artist who ever lived. Somebody like that does not illustrate books. He did agree a few times. Of course, everyone knows about the Biblia Sacra. He also illustrated Lewis and Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, several plays by Shakespeare. But this was completely different. This wasn't a publisher asking him. It was the government of a country. But what really brought Dali to his knees in humility was the fact that he was Spanish. So the Italians asking a Spanish artist to illustrate their most beloved work of literature, it said was one of the few moments in Dali's life where he was truly, truly humbled. Another thing to keep in mind, the Divine Comedy had been illustrated many, many times throughout the centuries. In fact, Botticelli did a pretty good job. But let me, just for the fun of it, I'm just going to pull this up, just kind of for the fun of it. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Here's some of the classic illustrations from the Divine Comedy. Botticelli did several. And as you can see, they were all done in black and white. Most of them were etchings or engravings. A few were a series of paintings. Like I said, Botticelli's, that was all paintings. Look at this, 700 years of the Divine Comedy in art. So this was not the first time by any stretch of the imagination. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. But was the first was this. Dali was the first surrealist. The very first surrealist. So this was going to be a whole new game changer. And Dali accepted right away. Now the first thing he has to do is understand the book, which is no easy task because it's pretty darn complex. It tells the story of our hero Dante, and by the way, that's him. That's the lead character, what you're bidding on. That is Dante. As he travels down through the darkest circles of hell, where he sees the different punishments that are being handed out to the different sinners and what they did. He then travels up into what's called purgatory or purgatorio, which is based upon the 7 deadly sins. And then finally, the third part, paradiso, which of course represents heaven, which is based upon the planets. And in the final chapter, he comes into the presence of God after asking permission of the Virgin Mary to look upon his face. And so it's a doozy of a story. So the first thing he does is the watercolors. So yes, there are original watercolors of these pieces floating around the world worth millions of dollars, but definitely not in the same place. I mean, they are quite scattered all over the place. The second thing he did, because Dali had an ego the size of Texas, he needed this to be huge. He needed this to be his magnum opus of printmaking. So rather than choose his usual, which is lithography, it's something he's really good at. I mentioned earlier in the show, lithography maxes out at about 8 colors. And Dali wanted between 20 and 30 colors per piece. So there's no way he could use lithography. So he chose the most difficult form of printmaking there is, the woodcut. Every single color that you see in this piece had to be applied singularly, so in other words, one at a time. It was a block of wood carved into that specific shape, inked with that specific color, lined up and pressed to the paper. Again, 20 to 30 blocks per piece. When the final count was done, it was over 3,000 individual blocks of wood. But here's where the plot thickens. About halfway through, keep in mind Dali's getting paid. He's getting paid a stipend, which is kind of like a salary, because this project's going to take a long time, probably about 12, 14, 15 years from beginning to end. Now, during this time period, about halfway through, a new government in Italy is elected. And when they find out about this contract, they are mad. One says it was likened to treason, and they canceled the contract. And it had nothing to do with the artwork, nothing at all. It had everything to do with the fact that Dali was Spanish, and they just couldn't get their head around that. So at first Dali was a little bummed, but he prevailed in the end. I'll tell you about that when I come back. Richard, back to you.
Thank you, Mitch. Well, it is the Divine Comedy, ladies and gentlemen, the original woodcut of Dante, created in 1964. He spent about 10 years painting 101 individual paintings. This is one of the most powerful of the story. It is a 13th century fable, if you like, by the Florentine poet Dante Alighieri. So here is Dante. And ladies and gentlemen, Dali was born in Figueras, northeastern Spain, 1904, died in 1989. He's buried in his own museum. This is the original woodcut that they created. It took them 4 years to create these. They actually hand-carved over 30 individual wooden blocks in order to reproduce the painting. So if you take 100 paintings and you multiply that by 30 individual wooden blocks per piece, that brings you to over 3,000 individual hand-carved wooden blocks had to be created. And that's why when you look down at the edition, it says first edition 1960 to 64. It took them 4 years to complete the project. It was published by Edition d'Art Les Eclairs of Paris. And ladies and gentlemen, this is an original woodcut engraving by Salvador Dali, commissioned by the Italian government and finished in France by the Spanish master. So Italy, France, Spain, all involved in this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sell this to the highest bidder. And obviously, as you know, it's a very famous piece indeed. The measurements look like they're 16 by 18, but I'm going to double check it for you and just show you. So across here, ladies and gentlemen, let's put that one in. It is 16, and 18 looks to be right on the height as well. So there we are. Lovely piece, 1964, over 60 years of age now, in beautiful condition. And I'm talking about the piece, not myself, Mitch. Over to you. 3-minute clock, please.
So ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the plot thickened after this new government gets elected and they cancel the contract. It's said that at first Dali was a little bit on, you could imagine, depressed, because he's like, man, he's already put years into this. He then remembers he's a famous rock star of an artist, and he approaches a man by the name of Joseph Ferrer, who owns Lahair Editions in Paris. and he tells him the story. And Joseph and him had worked before in the past. And so Joseph, being the smart businessman that he is, remember the Italians don't own some sort of strange copyright on illustrating the Divine Comedy. Anybody could do it. Joseph says, you keep working, I'll pay you. We're going to do this ourselves. So I always like to say for Dali, this was kind of like one of those slowly I turned moments. His first motivation was to impress the Italians with something they could never possibly imagine. His second motivation was essentially to just shove it down their throats, to create illustrations of the Divine Comedy that were so profound that no one would ever attempt illustrating it again. And thus far, he's been correct. No one's ever tried it, and I don't think anybody ever will again, because Dali's illustrations were just so incredible. So they were finally published in full in 1964. As Richard and I were saying, over 3,000 blocks. Joseph Ferrer was so worried, really genuinely stressed, that even his own staff might steal some of these blocks as souvenirs. He, without warning, as soon as the last piece was printed, he took all the blocks out into the parking lot and set them on fire. A great big bonfire. So all the blocks are destroyed. The one thing I like to emphasize, when you look at this piece, you're looking at the finished product. But it's so complex. Let's go and show my screen real quick. I love sharing this with viewers just so they can see. This is what's called a decomposition. The piece in the upper left, that is a finished piece from the Divine Comedy. That first block, that is the first block. Now on the far left, or far right, forgive me, you add the second block and you get that one on the left. Now if you follow that process all the way down, this is what it took to put together each and every single piece from the Divine Comedy. Now you know why it took so many years to create these. One of the things that I always like to do is just kind of point out, it goes on tour throughout the United States more than any other series that's ever been done. And I'm just kind of clicking on these at random. Museums all over America will have the Divine Comedy. And then one last thing, let me see if I can find it real quick. I think it's right here. There we go. I wanted to share with you, once again, it's 3 sections. Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. So amongst the images, they ranged from really beautiful to kind of bizarre to downright scary. Now there is the piece you're bidding on, right there. That is our hero Dante. And these are some of the, that's Beatrice, by the way, the woman he loves and also his guide through heaven. Virgil was his guide through hell and purgatory. Beatrice was his guide through heaven. And I'll show you just for the interest, my favorite piece is that one. I think that's a pretty stunning work, and that is the angel leading the souls to heaven. And you want to see one of the scariest works of art in history? Right there. That one comes from, as you could imagine, Inferno. So it's pretty incredible that Dali can go from this to this within the same illustration. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the piece that you're bidding on average, again, there was 2. There was a signed edition as well as an unsigned edition. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is an example of one of the pieces currently for sale for $11,000. And then here is, oh, it's sold. Darn. Okay. That is another one that was for sale for about $10,000. That was for sale as well, but it looks like it's already gone. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most incredible printmaking triumphs in the history of art. And Dali was said, even towards the end of his life, it was his crowning achievement in graphic work. Richard, back to you.
Shan, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a 1-minute clock and a final call for bids now. 1 minute and final call for bids. 325 is bid, and I'll take 50 to move on. At 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is bid. Take another 25 to move on. Ladies and gentlemen, no money at all for the 1964 Dali, and one of the most powerful of the 101 images. I think if Tony was here, he would say it's probably in the top 7 or 8 of the most desirable of the 101 different paintings that were created by Dali. in the 1950s and then executed, as you see it in front of us, as the 1964 editions of the woodcut engravings. Ladies and gentlemen, got about 20 seconds to go. Is there anyone else now? Take another 25 to move on. Got to be quick if you want it. Got to be quick if you want it. Last chance, last call. Kim, are we done? Are we done? Last chance, last call. 350 is bid. 350 is bid. Another 25. Give me your best and final bids now. Give me your best and final bids. We're literally going to sell right now, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're not on the phone, you're about to miss out. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. Take another 25 to move on. Be quick if you'd like it. It's got to sell. We are selling now. It's on selling with you, ladies and gentlemen. And last chance, last call for bids. No further bids, you're sure? No further bids, you're sure? Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? We're selling this time, and it is on selling with you. Going once. Fair warning. Going twice. Best and final bids. Thank you very much. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with the show, and a great lot coming your way now, and it is an original, a one-of-a-kind, a unique work. It's by one of the most famous artists that ever lived from the 20th century. He was born in the old Russian Empire in 1892 in St. Petersburg. He was the son of the leading admiral of the old Imperial Russian fleet. That means before communism, in the days of the Tsars and the Tsarinas. And ladies and gentlemen, he was brought up in palatial circumstances. His father, very close to the late Tsar. And this particular artist actually grew up designing for his mother, who was part of the royal court, and he would design ball gowns and things like that as a young man. And she noticed his talent, supported him, and it was a good thing, because she gave the world the great Erte. And Erte, Mitch will tell you the meaning of that name, ladies and gentlemen, came from his real name, Romain de Turtov. So it's a hand-signed piece. Mitch and myself, we've sold these, and they can literally sell anywhere from about 50,000 to 100,000, depending on the image. And these are hand-signed originals. This is a gouache painting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's known as Gina. It was created in 1940. He was world famous for his covers of the Harper's Bazaar magazine, and also is known as the master of the Art Deco movement. So, ladies and gentlemen, he painted for over 80 years, and he is the wonderful Erte. Here is Mitch.
Thank you very much, Richard. And this represents one of the more fascinating stories in art. Remember, we were talking a few minutes ago when we were talking about Josh Mayhem, how quite often throughout art history, things happen by accident. Erte, to put it in a nutshell, to kind of encapsulate it, is without question the most famous artist to ever achieve this high level of fame. And the fact was, he didn't really want to be an artist. It wasn't his goal at all. How he became an artist is kind of a unique story all by itself. He was born Romain de Turtov, that is his real name, in St. Petersburg, Russia, in 1892. His father was an admiral in the Russian Imperial Navy, and his mother was essentially the wife of the admiral, who enjoyed all the privilege that comes with. Now, when the young boy, Romain, was about 7, 8 years old, his mother began taking him to her favorite pastime, and that was operas, ballets, things of this nature. That was something she just loved. She loved going to these productions that were quite frequent in St. Petersburg. Now, I remember thinking when I was studying this years ago, man, if my mother took me to an opera or a ballet when I was 8 years old, that would probably be the worst decision she ever made. I don't think I could have taken that. But the young boy was fascinated. Now, he didn't really care about the performance. That's not where his fascination lied. It was with the costumes. All of these flamboyant, elegant costumes. By the time he was about 10, 11, his mother began letting him bring a sketch pad. And so as the performance was going on, he'd be sketching furiously and drawing all these dresses and sets and things like this. And because of her connections, they were allowed to go backstage. And Romain could touch these pieces and kind of handle them and look at the darts and all of these things, how a piece is put together. When he was 13, as Richard was saying, he designed his first fully functioning fashion for his mother on paper. Now his mother was so impressed with it that she took it to a seamstress and had the dress made. He was 13 years of age. Now you can kind of guess where this is going. By the time Erte was 18, he knew what he wanted to be. He wanted to be a fashion designer. And there was only one place in the world that was going to take place in 1912, and that was Paris. So at the age of 18, he relocated. Now within 1 year, he had both Harper's Bazaar and Cosmo fighting for his services. For about a 20-year period, from about 1915 all the way to about 1930, women's high fashion all over the world, 85% of the dresses that the elite women were wearing were all designed by Erte. If you kind of put that into perspective, over our last 30 years, you know, we've had, good grief, Jimmy Choo, Calvin Klein, Yves Saint Laurent, Ralph Lauren, all of these, you know, big names. Erte was all of them put together for nearly a 20, 30-year period. Now, how did he get his name? When he arrived in Paris and he began working right away, the local French people that he was working with had a real struggle pronouncing his name, Romain Tirtoff. So they began calling him by his initials, R and T. And for those of you who have taken French 101, how do we pronounce that in French? R. And that is how Erte got his name. Now the story evolves. By the time Erte was about 30 or so, his friends kept saying to him, you know, you're so good at this, the sets, all of these things you do. You should be an artist for artist's sake. And Erte finally gave in, and he began creating artwork as an artist. And over the next decade, 2 decades, he became the father of the Art Deco period. I mean, he was absolutely the most important artist of all of Art Deco. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I'll introduce you to him a little bit more carefully. And then I have to tell you where this painting came from, because that's a fascinating story by itself. That's him just a few years before he passed away. He never stopped working. He worked his entire life. There he is as a young boy. He was only probably 21 there in his office there for Harper's Bazaar. In the early years, Harper's Bazaar could only publish in black and white. So these are some of the examples of the dresses that he made. These old pen and ink gouaches, they sell for a ton of money. I've sold personally these pieces in the $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 price point. This was some of his first work as an artist. So in other words, this was what he was doing for art's sake, not necessarily fashion or costumes. He was also known for creating beautiful bronzes. And you want to hear something fascinating about Erte? Do you know how old he was when he tried making a bronze for the first time? Remember, it would be a clay sculpture first. 85. 85 years old before he made his first bronze. He was also known for his contributions to jewelry, some of it pretty darn expensive, like this piece, $10,800. This is an example of a print by Erte, $12,650. There's another one at $9,500. Again, keep in mind, you're bidding on an original. This is a serograph. Here's another one. That's a serograph, $12,250. There's 300 of these. Now that is an original, like what you're bidding on. This was owned by none other than the great late Freddie Mercury. In 2023, Sotheby's had an estate auction. That piece sold for $34,000. This piece also owned by Freddie Mercury, sold for $60,000. This piece sold for $37,000. This is a piece that's currently for sale for $25,600. That one is currently for sale from 1934. That one is $49,000. And this one, $48,000 from his very first year arriving in Paris in 1913. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece for 1 second. There is something I want to show you about this piece that makes this particular work very, very collectible. And it's a small thing. It's actually quite a small thing, but it's one thing that people don't notice quite often. I'm going to enlarge this. Give me 1 second. I'm kind of, there we go. All right, let's go back to my screen. I've enlarged the one that sold for $34,000. What do you see? Most of these pieces have no face. There was no reason for Erte to put a face on these. These were mannequins because these were created before he started creating art for art's sake. All of these pieces, including the one you're bidding on, were for some sort of a Broadway show, some sort of a performance. And that's what Erte was great at, was these costumes. Because of that, he never put a face on like 98% of them. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece you're bidding on and take a close look, and you'll see what I'm talking about. He gave her a face. So that all by itself is pretty darn important and something we do not see very often. He drew the lips, he drew the eyes, he gave her a face. Let's go and show my screen one more time. I have a few more things to share with you. These are currently some Erte originals for sale. $78,000, $58,000. There's an old one from 1919, $38,000. $24,000. And then if I go right over here, this is the website for the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And look at how many Ertes they own. They own a ton. These are all original Ertes. Now, in some cases, they were individuals, but in other cases, they were sets. So not only did he design costumes, he designed curtains and sets as well. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. $1,000 only is the bid. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity. And the certificate of authenticity clearly states it is by Erte, a.k.a. Romain de Tertov, the French, well, actually he was Russian, but French-Russian master, born in 1892. He lived all the way through till 1990, so about 98 years, and he created works for over 8 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, this is titled Gina, and it's from 1940. It is the original gouache painting on woven paper, and ladies and gentlemen, this is not a sales pitch, I'm telling you. With my hand on my heart, Mitch and myself have sold these in auctions, originals like this, to collectors who, come from all over the world just to buy this man's artwork. They will bid anywhere. Something like this, you would never see it go under 30,000, let's put it that way. And you would expect it to probably make somewhere between 40 and 60,000, the right auction on the right day with the right bidders. Ladies and gentlemen, gives you a clue. They're not going down in value. They increase in value as the years roll by. So anyone getting this under 10,000 here tonight, trust us. Trust Mitch. If you don't trust me, trust Mitch. You're getting an absolute steal if you get it under 10,000. Mitch, what is your opinion on my statement there? A unique work, I'll stand behind that. Extremely rare. Anything under 10,000, unheard of in other parts of the world, in other auctions.
When we're talking about originals, absolutely. I have personally sold Ertes. I sold 7 Ertes from the 7 Deadly Sins. Each piece was between $68,000 and almost $80,000 for each and every piece. There's a couple little things. I think it's here. I always like to share this because I just think it's kind of fun. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, for heaven's sakes, I hate all these pop-ups. They drive me crazy. Let me see. There we go. That's what is it right there. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is an article about Alicia Keys. Reveals her tips to start collecting your own art collection. And when it goes down here, guess what her first artist was? The Russian Art Deco artist, designer, Erte. And if I go, I think I may have had it open. Let's go back here for 1 second. There. If I just put in Erte in the news, I mean, look what comes up. There's just so many. I mean, my gosh, how many artists do you know that get written up in The Economist? That's pretty unusual all by itself. His favorite place, New Orleans. Erte loved New Orleans, so they have lots of different exhibitions about him. And there he is about 20 years before he passed away. Like I said, he never quit. Now let's go back to the work. Let's talk about where this piece comes from and why it's so special. Here's the funny story, the interesting part. When Erte was creating these, he never really valued them, the same way Norman Rockwell didn't value his paintings. Once they were on the cover of the Saturday Evening Post, it was like he was done. Erte never thought in a million years that somebody would want to buy these. These were 100% working proofs for costumes. That is exactly what they were, 100%. It wasn't until he died. When he died, and I think it was 90 or 91, yeah, 1990, these pieces were separated and spread out to the different people that he left them to in his will, and they began putting them on the open market. So that's not that long ago, 1990. It's only 34, 35, 36 some odd years ago. That's when they started really popping up in earnest, and people went nuts. And Erte was he didn't like to sell these anyway. Something quite sad happened only a few years earlier, in 1933. His studio caught on fire in Paris. And roughly 70% of his existing work at that time was destroyed. And this really freaked him out. And so for the rest of his life, he would carry these pieces in like several big binders, and he had 2 or 3 guys that, these big muscular dudes that helped him, and he carried them with him almost everywhere he went. Even when he traveled, he was so scared of that ever happening again, he carried almost his entire portfolio with him everywhere. And one of the things that I always chuckle at a little bit is if we could imagine Erte in heaven, right? He knows his artwork is for sale as an artist, but this, he's probably shaking his head and thinking, really? They wanted to buy this? No. Yeah, that is exactly how it happened. Another little funny story about Erte in New Orleans. It's Barbara Walters owns one of the largest, and I think she's no longer with us. In fact, I'm pretty sure Barbara Walters has passed. She had the largest collection of Erte as an individual in America. You know why? Because Erte loved a hotel in New Orleans that was owned by Barbara Walters' father. And so every time it came time to pay the bill, just like what Picasso would do, rather than give this man money, he gave him paintings. He would pay his bill with these type of pieces. And so when he passed away and Barbara Walters inherited the hotel, she also inherited these artworks. So again, fascinating story. As I said, one of the things that makes this piece particularly valuable is the fact that it has a full face, that this one does feature a full face, which he doesn't do very often. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much. Well, let's give you the final minute and the final call for bids. I just heard the bid come in of $2,000. Thank you very much for our bid. And let's find out where they're from. $2,000 is bid. And ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale with you. You've got less than a minute to place your bids now. And it is Arizona. Thank you, Kim. Arizona in the lead. Then you've got 45 seconds to go. Ladies and gentlemen, if you put another 0 on this, it would still be cheap. It would still be cheap at 20,000. 21 is bid. 21 is bid. 2,100 only. 21. 22. 22. Honestly, if you still put a 0 on it, you're still doing well. Anything under that, 22. 22 is bid. Final call, it's about to go. Michael in the lead then at 22. 22, and Mitch has one rather important thing to say before I drop the hammer. If you're going to bid now, you better do it now. Here is Mitch.
I just thought I'd share this with you, Richard. A moment or two ago, you said if you added another 0, you'd still be getting a good deal. You're correct. This piece was done in 1940, right? Take a look at my screen. This is, I believe, is from the same musical. Also 1940. Same musical. And here's one that he created, little face, just like the one you're bidding on. And that one is currently for sale out of New Orleans for $18,500. and that's from the same musical done the same year. So Richard was pretty darn accurate with that price assessment. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch, and great information, very helpful to everyone. 25 is bid. 25 is bid. Ladies and gentlemen, between Mitch and myself, we've been doing auctions for over, I'm afraid to say, Mitch, 75 years now. So we don't look it, though. That's the main thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling. We're going now, and it's on sale with you. On sale with you. It's a Romain de Tertoff original gouache painting on sale. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, you can easily add a 0 to these, and galleries wouldn't bat an eyelid. Ladies and gentlemen, it's selling and going at $2,500 only. What a collector's piece. Well done, Michael. Thank you very much. Congratulate your bidder there. Well done to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the show. We're going to stick with a French-based artist. Actually French, but he lives in America, has lived in Palm Beach for many, many years, and is a great, great man, a great artist, a very talented man. He is also a world-class classical musician, a cellist, and he is featured. He's not one of those that sits in the back row. He is literally a headlining classical musician. He is a headlining classically trained artist. And ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic color palette this man has. This is Dwev, and when you see him, you'll understand why his works are so colorful. He is a very colorful character himself, and it is the incredible Dwev. And I think I'd like to show a very, very quick video, if we may, just to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So let's show Dwev and then go over to Mitch. Thank you.
I am Dwev. Welcome to my studio. I am happy to be with you at the Fine Art Auction.
Introducing Dwev, a renowned and highly collected French artist whose talent transcends boundaries. Born in 1952 in Bordeaux, France, Dwev was raised in an artistic environment. His mother was a classical pianist and his father a sculptor. Dwev picked up a paintbrush at the age of 3 and completed his first oil painting at age 9. The artist studied the cello at the Conservatoire National des Mystiques in Paris and attended the prestigious École des Beaux-Arts in Paris to study painting, sparking and fostering a serious pedigree in both of his lifelong passions, painting and music. This dual classical training guided his journey, allowing him to become globally renowned as an exceptional expressionist painter. At the same time, his affinity for music blossomed as he trained rigorously to become a concert cellist. Dwev's life has always been about blending these two worlds. As a painter, he is known for his bold and expressive works. His vibrant brushstrokes, filled with saturated colors, turn everyday scenes into extraordinary visual experiences. Each canvas burst with energy, bringing a sense of joy and movement to life. But painting is only one side of his artistic genius. Dwev is also an accomplished concert cellist. His performances, both solo and ensemble, are marked by the same emotional intensity that defines his paintings. In his hands, the cello becomes a musical brush, painting musical landscapes. What makes this artist truly unique is how he bridges his two talents. His paintings capture the fluidity and rhythm of music, while his heralded music performances evoke the colors and emotions of his artwork. Together, they create a multi-sensory experience, inviting audiences to feel and see the world through his eyes. Dwev's legacy is evidenced through his art at auction, in fine art galleries and concert halls around the world. His genius in blending art forms has captivated millions, thus inspiring a new generation of artists to explore the interconnectedness of the arts. Dwev is that transformational artist, reminding us that creativity knows no limits. It flourishes in many forms. Dwev's journey as both an expressionist painter and a concert cellist exemplifies the power of artistic passion. Through his extraordinary and multidisciplined talents, he celebrates the beauty of human expression in all of its forms, leaving an indelible mark on the world of art and music.
You know, I watch that video, I think to myself, how about that Versace shirt? That's a good one, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, Dwave's story, the video is great. Once again, it's interesting in the art world how one thing leads to another. For Dwave, it all started in Caen, near where he lived in the south of France. And this was, gosh, this has been quite some time ago. I think it's got to be nearly 35 years ago, 40 years ago. His first really big, I guess you could say kind of a commission, is he was commissioned to paint the portraits of the movie stars that were going to be kind of featured and highlighted in the Cannes Film Festival that particular year. And his first year, they just showed it in the video clip, was the bus. So he created these paintings that were on the sides of several of the buses. Isn't that amazing? Original paintings on paper that were kind of, I guess you could say, resined onto the side of these different buses that were cruising around Cannes. The following year, he was commissioned to create paintings of movie stars that were put in frames and on easels that were located in the main reception area for the Cannes Film Festival. And then it just kind of blossomed from there. His primary, I guess you could say his forte, the thing that he's really known for in the fine art world, is this type of impressionism, classic fresh impressionism, but in fact I would call it post-impressionism, but he uses a palette knife and really goes nuts with the textures. His paints come off the canvas sometimes as far as a ½ an inch to an inch. It's really something. I mean, they are, when you see some of his originals up close, they almost don't even really look like a painting. As I said, it almost looks some sort of an oil sculpture where the paint is, like I said, off the canvas so far. It's kind of amazing. And that's what really kind of got him going. Now, I first met Dwave nearly 25 years ago and I conducted several auctions with his particular work featured. And even then, his small pieces, originals, were selling for about $4,000 or $5,000. The big ones are selling for about $15,000 to $20,000. Now they're considerably more expensive than that. What you are looking at, by the way, is kind of what we were talking about earlier with that Fanche Ledon. As I said, this particular type of art has become very popular with the fine art collectors because, as I said, in most cases, these originals by these artists are really expensive. I mean, they're really expensive. But artists very much want to give their collectors who can't afford an original painting or don't want to spend that kind of money, they still want to give them something that's high quality. So remember, as I mentioned, giclée is the most perfect form of print that there is. But if you print it on canvas, that means it can accept paint over the ink. So you have ink on canvas, that's the giclée, but because the canvas is still exposed, the artist can then take a paintbrush and paint using actual acrylics or oils directly onto each piece. And that is exactly what this is. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So I know you saw a little bit of a video, but this particular painting in the middle, it's hard to see obviously with a photo, but imagine the colors of that flower coming off the canvas at minimum ½ an inch. I mean, really coming off the canvas. And on the right, you can see him use a palette knife. He doesn't use a brush because a brush isn't going to do it. He's known for doing some pretty wild things as well, including Formula One race car paint jobs. This was at one of his more recent exhibitions. It's a solo exhibition, so it's just Dwave inside this massive airplane hangar, and that's one of his 2 Ferraris. And in the background, you see his paintings. And on the far right, if you look carefully, you'll see a private jet where he did the paint job for that jet as well. This one, my favorite. Looks like it's not loading for some reason. Don't know why. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece for a second. I'll reload this and we'll try again. See if we can't, let's try that one more time. Sometimes the internet does something a little goofy. Let's try showing my screen one more time, see if it's fixed. Maybe yeah, there it is. Okay, that's what I was going to show you. That car is the one I love. It's funny, if I owned that car, part of me would love to drive that down Pacific Coast Highway. Another part of me wouldn't want to drive it at all. This is an example of one of his paintings, and even in the photo, you can see that this is just really high off the canvas, tons and tons of texture. This is something else that he's quite famous for, this exact style of painting where we have the sailboats on a calm day and they're kind of at anchor, if you will, which we wouldn't really see this. This is more of an imaginative piece with the sails reflecting off the waters. Here's some more examples. Again, people love his floral still lifes because the flowers, they actually look like flowers. There's so much texture to them. They really do resemble that. He's also known for his portraiture, as I said, of movie stars. A book had been written about him. This is actually one of the two books. He has a huge fan base all over the world. And collectors come to private events that are put on by Dwayne literally all over the world. As I said, I've never seen an artist with such a huge fan base. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. And back to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at your certificate of authenticity. And what a lovely, lovely piece this is. It is called Le Café Rouge, Giclée of archival pigments on canvas with hand embellishments. It's signed by the artist on the lower right, signed, numbered and inscribed on the verso. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a limited edition of only 95 deluxe pieces. Now, what is a deluxe print? Well, a deluxe print is literally what it sounds like. It means there are not many. It means that it's produced on canvas as opposed to paper. It also means, in this occasion, that the artist has gone back to each and every piece with the palette knife to enhance it. Let's look at the artwork, and maybe we can just focus in on the artwork and drop the graphics for a second just to enjoy this beautiful Parisian scene. And you can even see the texture for yourself now, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the lights and just play with the lighting a little bit for you, and just so you can see the depth and texture on this work. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see all the texture itself. Look at the way that he creates the action there, you know, as you enjoy that evening in Paris. And ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful piece. We'll zoom out a little bit, but you can definitely see all the hand embellishment on the work there, ladies and gentlemen. A lovely piece. I think you'll enjoy that. And if you've ever been to Paris, you'll know exactly the type of brasserie or cafe lifestyle that they enjoy there. You know, it's a different world, really. Absolutely beautiful. I haven't been to Paris myself, Mitch, since 1990. And it was a bit of a funny story. I went for a job interview and they said, what are you doing here? And I said, well, I've come for a job interview. And they said, well, we don't have any jobs. And I said, well, I'm not leaving until you give me a job. So they gave me a job. So here's Mitch. 3-minute clock, please.
You know what's funny is I've heard Richard tell that story before, and it always makes me laugh. He didn't tell the rest of it. Richard, you should tell him the rest of that story, because it's actually a really good one. It cracks me up. I mean, I don't want to, but he basically stood there because he wanted not just a job, but a specific kind of job. It said, I'm not leaving here until you give me the job. And it was, yeah, it's a good one. I hope Richard tells you the rest.
Well, yeah.
Now, just for the fun of it, this place does.
It was actually.
Go ahead. It's okay.
Yeah, it was actually to go and work on a sailing ship down in French Polynesia, in Tahiti, and that was in 1990. And so anyway, they said, well, we don't have any jobs at the moment. I said, well, I am not leaving until you give me a job. And so they called their head office, which happened to be in Seattle, and they said, we've got this quite qualified English guy, but he's very determined that he's not leaving here until we give him a job. Is there anything on the ship? And they said, well, can he be there on Tuesday morning? Because we had to fire the head waiter of the ship. And in those days, I was in hospitality. And so the next thing I know, I've gone back to England, packed my bags, back to Paris a few days later on a plane, and flew 22 hours to French Polynesia and stayed there for 1 year. And I've got to say, Mitch was the best year of my life. So there we go. That's the rest of the story. Here's Mitch.
That's kind of funny. The best years of his life were happened to be in Tahiti. Ah, funny that. I wonder how that happened. I'm trying to remember. Was it here? The last time I was in Paris was around 2015, somewhere around there. That was the last time I was in Paris. And when I go, I'm always a big fan of, I want to go see the different museums, but I love going to the Musée d'Orsay. But one of my favorite things to do, let's go ahead and show my screen. This is just for the fun of it. And many people will like this as well. This is where Le Café Rouge is located in Paris. So it is north of the Seine. And so if I'm always very familiar with, I tend to stay in either the Latin Quarter, which is, see if I can get this to move. Come on, there we go. There is the Seine, there's the Notre Dame, and I love the Marais, or the Jewish Quarter. So I'll either stay over here by the Jardin de Luxembourg, which is close to the Pantheon, but my favorite, if you're gonna go to Paris, I would tell you to stay in the Marais, which is the old part of Paris, so tiny little cobblestone streets. But everywhere in Paris, everywhere you go, you will find, let's see if I can get this to back up for me, you will find little cafes. And Le Café Rouge is quite a famous one. That is it's right there kind of on a corner. So the reason the Café Rouge is so popular is you see how the tables come out so far? Most of the cafes in Paris are on a single sidewalk, right? So you might get one row of tables, if you're lucky, two. But because where the Café Rouge is located in this kind of square, they come out quite a bit further. But one of the funnest things to do is to let's go back to the piece. And you pay a little extra for it. They charge you more to sit outside. That's weird about Paris. There's a price system. The cheapest one is at the bar. If you sit at the bar, I don't even think they charge you for that. Then they have a service, le prix de service, something like that, if you sit inside. And then if you sit outside, it's like a couple euros just to sit at the table. But you sit there and you order yourself grilled chicken, or the rotisserie chicken, which they're so famous for, or perhaps a soup à l'oignon, the French onion soup, or one of my favorites was crepes. I love their crepes. And you just sit there and people watch. And my favorite thing to do was breakfast. Many people would like to go for lunch or dinner to these kind of places. I like to go to one of these places for breakfast and have a coffee and my croissant. And that's how I just started the day. And it was just wonderful. And so this particular piece, I'm sorry, Richard and I are both just waxing poetic about some of the things that we've done in our life, but this particular piece really reflects not only Impressionism, but that cafe lifestyle. Because in Paris, the cafe life is important. It's something Parisians do every single day. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a 1 minute clock and the final call for bids now, please. Any further bids, any interest on the piece, we are about to sell it and it is about to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is about to go. Any further bids, any interest at all, let me know. If not, we are going to move on. So, it's last chance, 40 seconds to call. 40 seconds only. I'll take another bid on it. Last chance, last call. A beautiful piece, very, very beautifully executed, hand embellished on canvas, hand signed, and a deluxe edition. And the edition size was cut off at only 95. Beautifully framed, beautifully presented. If you've got the right area for this, might look great in a dining room. Could look good anywhere really, but a dining room might be very suitable for this with that Parisian feel and the right lighting. So ladies and gentlemen, we're last call, last bids now. 400 is a bid, take another 25 to move on. We're out of time and we're moving on. It's going to go once, twice. Congratulations, well done, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. So coming up now is another great, great artist from the UK, and it is Farrah Fortnum.
Enter the vibrant world of Farrah Fortnum, a contemporary artist whose canvas stretches from intimate studio pieces to the arresting power of street art. Based in Bristol, UK, Farrah channels her creativity into a passionate dialogue about our planet, urging us to see, feel, and act. Farrah's art is a compelling fusion of color and conscience. Working with bold palettes and fluid forms, she transforms spaces, whether it's the side of a building breathing life into the urban landscape or a canvas that draws you in. Her distinctive style captures both the beauty and the fragility of the natural world, making every piece a statement. At the heart of Farrah Fortnum's work lies a profound connection to environmentalism. Deeply moved by the urgent need to protect our ecosystems, particularly rainforests, she uses her art as a vehicle for awareness and change. Each brushstroke is imbued with purpose, highlighting the climate crisis and celebrating the resilience of nature. Her impactful work resonates widely, featured in platforms like the renowned Upfest Street Art Festival, and created in collaboration with organizations such as the Rainforest Alliance. Farrah Fortnum is not just creating art, she's fostering conversations, building bridges, and painting a vision for a more sustainable future, one powerful image at a time. For collectors seeking art with beauty, depth, and meaning, Farrah Fortnum offers a unique opportunity to invest in a voice that matters. Discover the world through her eyes here at the Fine Art Auction.
So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you if you're just joining us after the game. Wonderful to have you here at the Fine Art Auction, and you can console yourself with collecting a work of art. So, ladies and gentlemen, but again, if you're just joining us after the World Cup game, we're happy to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of fascinating, or at least interesting, that we had Vincent van Gogh a little earlier, because Farrah Fortnum has often been compared to a modern-day Vincent van Gogh. What was the thing I was talking about that made Vincent so famous with his particular style of post-impressionism? Directional brushstrokes. Now in Vincent's case, the brushstrokes were much, much smaller, but they were indeed directional. And he would do exactly what Farrah is doing here, creating swirls around the sun, or swirls around stars, or things of this nature. And they had a very kind of organic feel. Well, what Farrah did, and has done, is just taken that one step further. So lots and lots of direction, visible brush strokes. One of the things that I really love that she does that is so subtle. I mean, it's, if I ever get a chance to kind of have a question and answer period where I get to meet her in person, and I know it'd be really difficult for her to do this, but to just discuss her color transitions. Because as you look, as the camera goes, look at how the transitions of colors are so slow, right? But yet they're perfect. They're just perfect, from these warm tones, or I should say from the cool tones to the warm tones that we see. Doesn't happen all at once. It kind of happens with this beautiful kind of transition. Yeah, really very, very talented. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at a large acrylic on canvas. So that is something I definitely wanted to point out because I'm double checking something. This one is a medium-sized piece. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This just gives you a guideline. This is one of her pieces currently for sale. This one is half the size of the one that you're bidding on. In other words, you could put two of these into the piece that you're bidding on. And this one is currently for sale for $7,000. And like I said, the one you're bidding on is twice the size, just to kind of give you a little bit of a reference. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. One of the things that I always like to do, and if you've been watching the show, you've definitely seen me do this quite a few times. I love looking at an artist's Instagram account. The reason that I like Instagram so much is it's chronological. So you can go back 5, 6, 8 years and kind of see where an artist was and where they've come to from that particular time. One of the things that Farrah reminds me a lot of Shane Goudreau, in that guess where she got her start before she ever sold paintings? Let's go ahead and show my screen. Doing these large-scale murals. And she would get paid quite nicely for them. She's, was making a very good living creating these beautiful one-of-a-kind murals on different buildings. There's another one right there. And then as people saw them more and more, they began to question, you know, who did that? That's so cool, blah, 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 blah. And the next thing you know, she's selling paintings. So now I don't know if she's doing murals as much now, because she is doing some really, truly stunning work. There's a fluidity to it that to me this is when I see an artist and I think, man, that's a real gift. That's a real gift. Because look at some of her brushstrokes, like in this piece. Some of her brushstrokes, a single brushstroke has more than one color. So how do you do that so perfectly, where you're picking up two colors on the brush and then creating it in such a way that half the stroke has one color and half the stroke has another, and then yet you're still blending them. I remember the first time I saw her work, I really had to kind of stop, because like this one that she's showing us is almost like an optical illusion. When you look at it, it tends to kind of bring you directly into the piece. The swirls look like they are actually moving. So if you get a chance, let's go back to the work. If you get a chance, especially if you're the successful bidder on this, go and have a look at her Instagram and just read a little bit more about her, look at her biography. You'll appreciate her work even more. But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is a really big piece. Now, one of the things that she's adjusting, or I would show it to you, and this is kind of what happens in the artist world as they gain more and more success. Keep in mind, only a couple years ago, 3-4 years ago, she was just really known in England, right? That was her home territory. Now she's starting to expand here in the United States. And by the way, on a side note, in the world of art, in the business section, did you know that in the United States, that most people aren't aware of this, what country do you think in the world spends more money, the most money on art? The very most money on art year after year after year. What would you think it would be? Well, it's us. The United States is the biggest spender every single year on art. And here's the thing that kind of cracks me up, but I guess it's not too big of a surprise. Europeans in general, I mean, there's an exception to the rule, of course, but in general, they are not interested in American art. I don't care how good an American artist is. In general, they will just kind of thumb their nose at it. They're not interested. And with their history, you can kind of understand. However, the opposite is true. Americans are interested in both Americans that are artists and European artists. For a European artist to break into the US art market is a big deal. It's a really big deal. It is the #1, the highest, again, art market on the planet. So as Farah, I'm kind of dancing around this subject, as Farah is now starting to get really discovered here in the US, her prices have changed as well. On her website, her smaller pieces were being listed at about $4,000. And we're talking about pieces that are, 12 inches by 10 inches, so quite small. Larger pieces like this, they're selling close to $18,000, which makes sense. That one I just showed you for $7,000 was literally, you could put 2 of those into this piece, and that was for sale for $7,000. But the funny one, this made me laugh when I saw it, and I hope she puts it back because I think it's a funny story. She had one piece of done in this style, but it was a woman. It was a feminine piece, and it had a price tag of $1 million US. And I remember thinking to myself, that's a typo. That's a mistake. That can't be right. And then I heard the story. It's not a typo. This particular piece was created for her friend, her best friend. And it is Farah's favorite artwork. It's one that's in her own collection. And her friend once asked her, well, I know you love this piece, but how much would you sell it for? And she said, $1 million. If someone wanted to buy this, they'd have to pay me $1 million. So it was kind of a joke. And her friend and her laughed, and she said, well, you should put it on your website. And so that's what she did. She actually put it on the website and listed it for $1 million. So it's kind of an inside joke. But I will tell you that her originals sell typically between about $5,000 and $20,000. That's what you can expect to pay for them. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember this is a wonderful original acrylic painting. Let's have a look at the certificate of authenticity for it. A great piece by Farrah Fortnum, ladies and gentlemen. It's called Portraits of Peace, the original acrylic painting on canvas, hand signed by the artist on the upper right, and signed on the verso, titled on the verso rather, a unique work that was executed by Farrah Fortnum in her studio in Bristol, England in 2026. She was discovered at a major art show just a couple of years ago by us. And we're very lucky that in 2025 she signed to offer her work here in the United States via the Fine Art Auction. So very proud of that. It is a wonderful piece, ladies and gentlemen, traditional colours and movement of her work. And as Mitch has let you know in the past as well, her work is very heavily influenced, I think, by Van Gogh. And so much so that she's created murals. This is what she was famous for to start with. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a large piece. That's the 3-foot ruler, so well over 3 feet on the diagonal there. It's on canvas. And I'll play with the lighting a little bit, which you should do. And ladies and gentlemen, there is the title, Portraits of Peace by Farrah. And ladies and gentlemen, it is signed there for you. And a complete and utter unique original painting. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this one. And let's give you a 3-minute clock. And then we will be dropping the hammer shortly after.
So just a little bit more about her. Let's go and show my screen. So I'm just looking at some different articles that have been written about her. And what Richard just said is absolutely true. She was the official artist for a major Van Gogh kind of experience that lasted several weeks. And she did portraits for that. This is some of her work in different galleries. She created, look at that, the BBC News. In England, that's a really big deal. When you start getting articles written in the BBC, that's definitely a big deal. Bristol mural painted for World Earth Day. Farrah Fortnum says she hopes the work will inspire feelings of hope. And there's some different examples of her work for the humankind. And then, let's see, this. I saw this and I just wanted to share it with you because I thought it was neat. This was one of the projects that she did, as lawyers would say, pro bono, that she did for free. And it was the local hospital near her. And she noticed that there was a great big wall that was part of the hospital gardens. And, you know, every now and then when she would be near there, she could see the patients walking through the garden, sometimes with their families, things like this. So it's my understanding she approached the administrator and said, you know, I'd like to create a painting on that wall. And they gave their blessing. And she created this beautiful painting as part of this outdoor area for the hospital. And that was something that I always just thought was pretty neat, that she did that today. And then the donations for the hospital itself. I think, let's see what this is. I pulled up a few different articles. Oh, yeah, this was, I remember this one. This is Bristol 24/7. Let's get rid of all these little pop-ups. My Bristol Favorites by Farrah Fortnum. This was fun. I remember reading about this. So they interviewed her about what things she loved in Fortnum. So the area where she lives and the places where she likes to go and ride her bike and where she likes to go for her coffee and the places she likes to visit. So it was kind of cool that she is an artist and a person of such, you know, regard that people, you know, felt like she'd be a good person to interview and talk about all her favorites. But in this area, in this part of England, let's go ahead and go back to the piece. One of the things we have to remember is she's really well known. And she's well known because of these great big murals that she did virtually all over the region. And then it got bigger and bigger. And now, of course, as you're seeing right here on our show, she's focusing more on a fine art type of a future rather than doing these murals as much. One of the things about this piece, just to kind of remember, is if you adjust the light a little bit, this piece is going to really, really pop. For one reason. In fact, I don't know if someone's near the light switch, but if someone is, let's turn the lights down on this piece because I just want you to see something. With this particular piece, the yellows are luminescent. So that means they are going to refract light where the cool colors absorb light. And so the bases of luminescence in this particular piece are really going to pop. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch, and we'll give you 1 minute, and 1 minute only. Final call for bids now. 1,000 has been bid, and Cassie was the underbidder now at the moment. So we've got $1,000 bid, and thank you very much. With Kim at 1,000. Michael's bidder, thank you. 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid. Is there anyone else now? It is selling and going. Ladies and gentlemen, less than a minute to go. Less than a minute for an original painting by her. Ladies and gentlemen, people are paying tens of thousands for these in the UK. You know, over 10,000 at least for an original like this. So they're not going to be going down in value anytime soon. You are looking at an artist who is very much in the ascendancy. So bid on her now. Whilst we can afford her here on the show. She will be selling now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is on sale with you. The last call has been given. As you know, we gave you the final call for bids, and 1,100 has been bid. 1,100, I'll take 12 to move on. At 1,100, another one off anyone. At 11 is bid. At 1,100, is there one more? On sale with you, ladies and gentlemen. On sale with you. At 1,100, is there anyone else now? 12, you're in. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Karen. 1,200 bid. 1,200 is bid. Another one off anyone. At 12, I'm bid. At 1,200 bid, and I'll take one more. At 1,200, and it's on sale. On sale all the way. A large painting. Your final thoughts, Mitch, before I drop the hammer. It is about to go. I think this is absolutely being undersold, in my opinion. Over to you. 30 seconds with Mitch, then the hammer comes down. You're in the lead, Karen. 12 bids bid.
15. Well, for certain, it is dramatically being undersold. I mean, let's put it this way. A high-quality print, just a high-quality print by any major artist is usually about $1,500 to $2,000. Like I said, we could look at again, the Dwave pieces, the Fanch Ladon pieces, almost every artist that we carry, if we're looking at any type of print, they're about $1,500 to $2,000. You're getting an original, roughly about a $15,000 piece at 90% off at $1,500, because that really is. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. Again, this is a piece currently for sale. I kind of do the wiggle just so you can see that it's a live website. You can find this for yourself. It's called Infinite Wonder. It is, again, about half the size of the one you're bidding on, and that is currently for sale for $7,000. Once again, you're at $1,500. You're currently bidding at the price of a print. So let's go back to the piece. You are way underbid on this. We are ridiculously underbid on this. Richard, back to you.
1,600, it's with California. Thank you very much. 1,600, your bidder at 1,600. Thank you, Beverly. California in the lead at 1,600. 17 is bid. 17 is bid. Back with Pennsylvania now. 17 bid. 17 bid. 17 bid with Pennsylvania. Last chance. 17, California. Are you bidding? Are you out? Thanks for letting me know. 1,700, it goes with Pennsylvania. You did very well there. Going once, going twice. The gavel's high. Sold and gone. Well done, Pennsylvania. Thank you, California as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with the show, and we have something called Infinite Possibilities by Farrah Fortnum. And ladies and gentlemen, it's one of these beautiful works. Again, the way the European artists are doing them is fantastic, with the resin finish, with the use of diamond dust. Let's have a look at the piece here, ladies and gentlemen. It's hand signed by the artist, and it's from a series of unique variants. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful colors in this one. And once again, just to demonstrate, I'm going to just show you very quickly the finish on the piece. That is not glass, that is the reflection of the resin. Takes about a month to do these because each one's done by hand. Hand finished, hand worked with the diamond dust is placed on the piece, then the resin over the top of it, ladies and gentlemen, and it has to be done in a sealed room so no dust gathers on the wet resin. When it's wet, the resin is toxic, so they use a gas mask to protect their lungs, and when it's dry, it's completely safe. So, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful piece created in resin with diamond dust. That is the piece there, and we will dim the lights, and when I dim the lights, if we could just focus the camera in on the eye of this piece, I think you'll really pick up some beautiful, beautiful effects. So here is Mitch, and let's take it to the auction. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece we are definitely going to be dimming the lights for because they are very, very important. Now, we've talked quite a bit about Farrah Fortnum, so I'll tell you a few more little facts about her, but in this particular case, we're going to be talking more just about the actual piece. Now, look at that. Have you ever seen anything like that ever? Now, the reason we have to move it is because the diamond dust pieces are so small. Now, you've seen a diamond, obviously, right? A diamond has facets. And inside the diamond, because of the facets, it creates what's called a fire. Well, imagine if instead of facets, there was one straight edge of that individual facet. That's what this is. Each of these diamond pieces, the diamond dust, has a singular edge to it. So when the piece is moved, it's going to reflect the light in that particular way. Now, right now, as you look at it, it's a beautiful piece, but we don't really see what it's going to do, what it's actually going to happen when you hang this piece on your wall. Now, when we talk about diamond dust, we've had quite a few people call and they think it's a fancy name for some kind of glitter. No, it's actual diamond dust. Just so you're aware, when a diamond cutter, a diamond shaper, is cutting a diamond and creating those facets, he uses a wheel. I was able to go and see it almost 20 years ago in New York. It was really kind of a fascinating day getting to sit and watch these diamond cutters work. And as they're cutting, as you could imagine, it is producing actual diamond dust. Now, for a very, very long time, there wasn't really a whole lot you could do with it because diamond dust is quite fine. And as we were talking about glitter a moment or two ago, anytime an artist is working with any kind of glitter, it requires glue. For sure, you're going to use glue. With diamond dust, you can't do that because the pieces are so small, the glue would just swallow them whole. It can't work. So Damien Hirst, in fact, you know what? Just for the fun of it, Damien Hirst and Andy Warhol. Let me see if I can find it. We're one of the first people to do it. And Damien Hirst ones is pretty darn expensive, if I can find it. I think there's one. Where did you go? Okay, there's one. This is one of his diamond dust pieces. Let's go ahead and show my screen. And that one's for sale for $60,000 called the Kaleidoscope. And that's one of the diamond dust. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. He has another one that I think is closer to about $90,000, and it's a skull. Okay, there's the big one. That's the one I was looking for. That's the one I was looking for. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. Here's a diamond dust piece again by Damien Hirst, done in 2007. And that piece is $115,000. And now let's go back to the work one more time. And right now I'm just kind of showing you a little bit of the history of this and kind of where it came from. And the only other artist that I know of or that did this was Andy Warhol. Andy Warhol created a couple of diamond dust pieces as well, and those sell for about $10,000. I don't even know if I'll be able to find the one I'm thinking of, but I'll give it a shot. But the most expensive one are Damien Hirst. Anyway, I apologize, kind of go down a rabbit hole with that. How does it work? How are they able to do it? First of all, the piece has to be laid flat, horizontally. And then the diamond dust is spread very, very carefully across the entire piece. So it's a really, really careful process. The artwork itself has to be in an enclosed and controlled environment. They can't even have air conditioning running. Absolutely no wind or breeze whatsoever in that particular workspace. And as Richard was saying, the person who lays the resin has to wear protective gear as well, including a mask, because the fumes are so toxic. And so they then layer the resin, and it's thick, thick resin directly across the piece. So that's why when you get it home, two things you're going to notice right away. One, it's heavy. It weighs a lot. And two, it feels and looks like glass. It looks like there's glass in front of it. It's not the case. What looks like glass is the resin, and it's directly attached to the canvas, and it's what's holding down that diamond dust in such a way that we still see the reflective parts of the diamond dust. Now, what's really neat about this particular piece, can we turn down those lights one more time? I don't know if Kim can hear me or whoever's in the studio, because I want to show you something. I want to share something with you. One of the things that she's done with this piece, there, thank you, Richard, that's perfect. Do you see what I'm looking at? It's three-dimensional. She's created a type of vortex, and we see, when we turn the lights down, we see the painting up close, right? And for us, it's close to us. But the vortex in the background with the stars gives this optical illusion that it goes on literally to the stars, infinity, right? It just keeps going back. And it's a wonder, and what Richard's doing right there is showing you how those stars reflect not only the little white dots that she's painted, but also I think if I were a betting man, she's concentrated a very high amount of diamond dust in that dark part. So the diamond dust is everywhere, but I think there's a little bit more of it right there in that center. So in this particular case, and see how it doesn't sparkle now? It's because the painting is stationary, and so is the camera. In order to get the effect, we have to move it. But for you, you won't have to move it at all. What happens is all you have to do is move your head the slightest bit. I mean, you could be sitting on a couch, sitting on a chair, and all you do is just move your head a half an inch in each direction. That's all it's going to take. And that diamond dust is going to pop. But what I personally love about this piece is that three-dimensional, almost optical illusion kind of effect that she's created by giving us the foreground, which are these beautiful colors swirling in that clockwise direction, and then the stars deep, deep in the back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're at $250. I can tell you right now, this is at minimum about a $7,000 to $8,000 piece. At minimum. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are so low on this, it's not even funny. So there we go. Infinite Possibilities, original mixed media work with Diamond Dust by Farrah Fortnum. Under the beautiful resin finish, it's on canvas. It's got everything going for it. What a beautiful piece. What a very, very interesting and peaceful work to live with. And ladies and gentlemen, it's hand signed by the artist on the verso. It is from the series of unique variants executed by Fortnum in 2026. She doesn't do more than 5 of these for the entire world. So ladies and gentlemen, they're incredibly exclusive. They've got all that finish. How much work goes into them? They take a month to do. Each of these works about a month to do. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to sell now. So if you want to bid now. I'm just going to give the remainder of the clock to Mitch. So you've got 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes with Mitch. It's signed on the back by Farrah. There we go. There's her signature on the back there, ladies and gentlemen, on canvas with the resin, with the frame. I mean, just the actual work itself, even if it was done by an unknown 5-year-old child, to get the canvas, to do the resin, to do the work, to put the frame on it, you'd be at about $1,000 for an unknown 5-year-old child. Here's Mitch.
Now this is just going to give you a little bit of an example of what these type of pieces can sell for and where it came from. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Hunt Sloman really got involved in this in 2023 as it got bigger and bigger and bigger, because for a long time, even when Damien Hirst was doing it, it just seemed impossible to create this type of artwork. Was so darn difficult that most artists didn't even try. So this one's $48,000. This one is by Russell Young. That's Marilyn Crying. That's a diamond dust piece. $27,000. Here is another version with a different color. 2024. Like I said, look at the years. They're all fairly new. And that one, done in 2024. That one, $33,000. Also a diamond dust piece. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. The Kef pieces that we've seen, the diamond dust pieces, they're starting to show up in the market, and they're ranging right about that $10,000 range. Again, you are looking at minimum, I mean, a really good deal on this in a gallery would be about $5,000, $6,000. That would be just a smoking deal. But here's the thing that I personally love about it. As I mentioned, the three-dimensionality of it, the fact that it has this vortex and what appears to be a clear space behind it, that three-dimensional. But the thing I also enjoy is that this is a piece that's kind of uplifting. The way the colors work and the motion of the color. Who doesn't like, for example, I'll give you an example. Who doesn't like to sit by a small stream on a sunny day? I live in Utah in the mountains. I love doing that. There's a place I even like to go with my beach chair and a book. And I just sit by the stream and listen to the water. And when you look at the water, you see the movement and you hear the sound. The same thing, and again, I'm just kind of, I apologize for waxing poetic. The same thing, I love aspen trees. I love aspen trees that are around my home. In the summer, the way they look when the breeze blows and the sound they make, it'll put me right to sleep every time. That's the kind of feeling I get when I look at this. It gives us a sensation of movement and tranquility and peace. There's nothing about this piece that kind of has an edgy feel to it. And that's what, and if you look at Farrah Fortnum's work and if you read about her, that's what she's striving for. She's striving for tranquility in her work. I promise you one thing, when you get this piece home and you put it on your wall, especially at night, particularly at night, and put a soft light on it, you'll be so glad you were watching the show tonight. This is the kind of piece of art that you will love for a very, very long time. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Well, we're selling now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll give you 1 minute final call for bids now, and we'll take $50 bids to move on. If not, you're going to miss out. It's a beautiful piece. Once again, it's got the resin, it's got the diamond dust, it's hand signed. She only makes 5 of these for the entire world. They're beautiful, beautiful pieces. And that in the right area of your home, you're going to enjoy that for years to come, ladies and gentlemen, for the price you're bidding on it. It's not even the price of a paper print. A paper print might be about this size. And so a print about that size, probably around about $1,700 or $1,800 framed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 times the size of a traditional print on paper. This is not. It's on canvas. It's got the resin. It's got the diamond dust. It's got the frame. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no money at all. Believe me, if you go to any gallery around the world, I mean, you wouldn't pick up one of these much under $5,000. Let's put it that way. So it's about to go then, ladies and gentlemen. 600 is bid. Take $50 bids to move on. Take another 50. Best and final bid. 50 bid. 650. Best and final bids now. Last chance, last call. We are moving on. We are moving on. 7 is bid. At 700 bid. At 7 got a bid at 7, and it's on sale with you. Not even not even about a third of the price of a paper print by her. Ladies and gentlemen, it is on canvas, it is finished with resin. The light effects you're going to get on this are absolutely off the charts, beautiful. What a gorgeous, gorgeous piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale with you, and it's going this time, best and final bids on sale with you. Last chance, last call. This is the final call for bids. Last chance, last call. Anyone else? Are you bidding yes or no? Let me know. I see you're on the phone, but if you don't bid now, you're about to lose it. I'm afraid I'm going to have to move on. I'm going to have to move on if there are no further bids. We're moving on. Give me a best and final bids. It's going this time. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. On sale with you. Gavels high. Sold and gone. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done to you. What a lovely piece for that price, ladies and gentlemen. You did fantastically well. Okay. Let's see what we got coming up now, and it is lot 510, I believe, lot 510. We are going, are we moving to, maybe I got this wrong, yes, I have got it wrong, but anyway, we're going to offer you a KEF, ladies and gentlemen, hand-signed original KEF, and this is actually lot 509. Lot 509, the KEF original acrylic painting. It's signed, and it's called Unconditioned Bloom, and it is the #1 painting. Unconditioned Bloom, the #1 in the brand new series by KEF. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got a wonderful opportunity to acquire it. Let's get bidding on the KEF.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California!
Sold it under the mat.
Sold. Sold.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold! Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for KEF.
So ladies and gentlemen, this particular KEF piece, as you can see, man, this is a big one. We haven't had one this size in quite some time. That's a very large piece. I also really love the way this one's framed, and we're going to talk about that in just a moment. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen one of our KEFs framed exactly like this. Now, whenever I talk about KEF, it's the one thing, and yes, he is one of the major stars of our show and has been for going on 7 years now. Now, keep in mind, in 2017, he was pretty much unknown in the United States. That's one of the things that I always really reiterate whenever I'm talking about KEF is I can't think of hardly any artist in the history of art that has achieved the level of success he's achieved in the time in which he did it. That's the part that's amazing, is the speed, right? He started in 2014, completely unknown. Nobody knew who he was anywhere. So that's only 12 years ago. By 2017, he was doing pretty well in Europe. There was quite a lot going on where he was getting some bigger collectorships, corporate clients, things like this. But that was just starting to break into the US art market. Now, one of the things that I always am encouraging our viewers to do is just follow him on Instagram and watch what he is doing, because every single month, he's got some new major project, some museum exhibition, another magazine article that's come out. And keep in mind, yes, we were, I can honestly say, I think it's safe to say we had a good deal to do with breaking KEF in the United States. Again, we're the only live art auction in the US, period. So lots and lots of people learned about KEF through our show, but guess who else learned about him through our show? Gallery owners. You better believe it. You may not be aware of this, but I see it all the time. And it always makes me laugh a little bit, but man, I see it all the time. There's at least 5 galleries in the United States. I'm not going to name them or, the place. They're not hard to find if you want to go do some research, believe me, where they are for certain acquiring art from our show, not just KEF, but a whole bunch of our artists. And then they mark them up by, 3, 4, 500%. Something they buy with us for $500 at auction, they'll sell for $3,000, $2,500. The same exact thing has happened with KEFs. We've seen that a lot. Now, just so you know, the record on our show for a KEF is $71,000. So that's pretty good just to kind of realize. And then right here, I'm going to start with this one. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is a piece that's currently for sale as we speak. And let's see where this one's out of. That one's out of Southern California. And that one's at $30,000. This is $45,000. And that one's out of Pasadena. And this one is $12,000 for that particular piece. And that one's out of New York City. So 3 different locations. Now, by the way, one of the things that you can see, this is eBay. One of the things that many people are not aware of, and it makes sense. Why would you be aware of this? Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Over the last decade, art gallery owners have started using, this is something that most people aren't aware of, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole too far because we want to talk about KEF. But the gallery business, because of the internet, social media, all of these different things, has evolved immensely over the last 25 years. What gallery owners are doing is roughly 60%. Now, I'm talking about even here in my hometown, Park City, Utah, all those galleries we have on Main Street, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Aspen, places like this. Roughly 50% of their total art sales is made online. The other 50% is in person. So half of their volume is coming from what we call lead services. And that's things like Artsy and First Dibs and even eBay. So when you click on it, you get the gallery link. Now, yes, there are absolutely independent people, just normal people like you, who are selling their artwork. That's on eBay too. But what we see a great deal of, I guarantee you the 3 pieces I just showed you, all 3 of those are attached to a gallery of some kind. All 3 of them. So that is actually fairly common. Now, keep in mind, in 2017, you could have bought a KEF original for about $2,000 out of Europe, out of Germany specifically. Now, the least expensive KEF I can find out there is about $10,000. And they go up to, right now there's one that's for sale, even as we speak, for approximately $80,000. Again, the record on our show is $71,000. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now this, when I saw this is, again, all about, in art it's about stair steps, right? Or stair steps or stepping stones. That's another way to look at it. You get bigger and bigger and bigger with each accomplishment. For KEF, this was huge. In Southern California, there's a museum, the Torrance Museum of Fine Art, and it's a specialized museum. This particular museum represents 2 things, street art and pop art. That's it. In this museum, you're going to see things like Andy Warhol and Lichtenstein, and you're going to see Banksy's and Jim Dines, and you're going to see all the greats of those eras. And in this museum, on the right, that is a multi-million, probably a $10 to $20 million Banksy original on the right. In the back, that's a 6-figure sculpture by Cause. And on the left, that's about an $80,000 KEF based on size. So that is the 2nd museum that he is now a part of. So one in California and another one in Germany. The most important modern art museum in Berlin now has a KEF as part of their permanent collection, not temporary, permanent. So one of the things I always encourage viewers to do is just follow Kev on Instagram. And he's unbelievably busy. He just did a show in Art Basel. And as I said, to be in Art Basel, you have to be invited for that. So one of the things that's kind of fun is just to follow where he is. One week he's in Paris, another week he's in China. The next week he is in Singapore, and then he comes back to the United States where he's painting in South Florida. It just goes on and on. I mean, here's another example. This particular home is a multi-million-dollar home. And we were talking about that diamond dust piece a few minutes ago. I know this piece doesn't have diamond dust, but I'm quite certain it was treated with resin. So the whole piece was probably buried in resin because it needed to be weatherproof. And it is the centerpiece of some $15 million home. This kind of gives you an idea. And look at all the comments. Great installation. Love this piece. Applause, applause, applause. That is kind of what I'm talking about. I still think, let's go back to the work. I still think we are just in Kef's infancy. I've been saying this for some time, about 7 years ago. I really do believe that in about 10, 15 years' time, just like with Banksy, because this happens a lot, it really, really does. I can't tell you how many collectors I know of that had a chance to buy a Banksy in 2008 for about $15,000. And back then, you know, and I'm talking about a print, not even an original. And they're like, oh, 15,000, you know, and they passed on it. And that piece now sells for $500,000. How do you think they feel now? I think we're going to see that with Kef in about 15 years. Richard, back to you.
We're even starting bids on this, you know, around $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. We know what he sells for. We've even had pieces on the show sell up to $70,000 for originals. This is an original. It's also the first in a brand new series called Unconditioned Bloom. So it's the #1 painting. When collectors are looking at these, John, what do they look for? They look for very rare items, desirability, original works, and you don't get much better than the #1 painting in a brand new series by an artist. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've got a chance here. Let's have a look at the certificate of authenticity, and it is Unconditioned Bloom, the #1 in the new series by him. It is the original acrylic painting, so there might be Unconditioned Bloom #10 in like a year or two from now, but this is the first one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the original acrylic painting on woven paper. It's signed by the artist on the lower right. It's inscribed on the reverse. It is a unique work. It's executed by Kef. The bid is $1,500, and ladies and gentlemen, it was created in 2026. So a large piece. I'm going to bring the 4-foot ruler just to measure it for you. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The measuring I'm going to put in at 36 across, 36. And then on the height here, we've got to go to 44. 36 by 44, that is a 4-foot ruler, ladies and gentlemen. So a wonderful piece, and with the deckled edge there, which means a rough sort of finish to the paperwork. I like that. I know Mitch likes it as well. On the image alone, we're going to put that in at 23 inches across. And on the height of the image, that's over 30 inches. So 23 by 30 on the image. Ladies and gentlemen, it is signed on the back here. You've got the inscription from the artist, Unconditioned Bloom, the #1 painting. That is a 1, the way it's written in Germany. Kef, 2026, and then Simon Rowland, his full legal name on the original there. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have a chance to bid on this, and I nearly lost it, but I caught it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is here to be sold. It's up for auction now. Last chance to bid on this with Mitch. I'll give you 3 minutes. Let's get going. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we're only at 1,500. Mitch, as you know, a print, again, about this size would easily be over $2,000 of Kef. So 1, 2, 3 at least there. It's about 6 times the size of a print that would be at least $2,000. Over to Mitch.
So just a couple of things I wanted to share with you. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I own 2 Kef originals. I'm a huge believer. I mean, first of all, I like the work. But secondly, I also believe in it. I want to own this piece in the next 10 years or so. And as we look, this is kind of my collector's reel. These photos are from you, from all of our viewers. One of the things that has amazed me about Kef over the last 5-6 years is how people just can't seem to buy just one, right? There's something about the style of his artwork. People, as Richard calls them, you know, he's making attention to gallery walls. They're making entire walls out of Kef's work. Entire decor themes, and they're beautiful. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. There's kind of a visual concept to them that is just absolutely stunning, really beautiful. And then as I'm kind of speeding up here, there's one, look at that. There's one home that's in Laguna Beach that is just right here. This is like a $20 million house in Laguna Beach. And this particular section, those are all original Kefs. That one in the middle, that big one, that's about a $60,000, $70,000 piece. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece for just 1 second. One of the things I haven't done for a while, but I'm going to do it tonight. In fact, I haven't done this for a couple of months, but I really do love seeing your artwork. So if whoever's the successful bidder on this, let's go ahead and show my screen. This is how you can send me photos of your art. So by all means, this is how you can follow me on Instagram. My tag, I guess is what you call it, is Mitch_art_host. So if you acquire this piece and once you get it home, whoever's the successful bidder, and you get it hung up on your wall, take a picture of it and just send it to me here on Instagram, and I'll add it to your collector's wheel. If you have, for anybody else out there, if you have art that you've collected from our show, take a picture of it, send it to me. I'd love to add it to our collector's reel. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece for 1 second. For those of you who might be just starting with us and just kind of learning a little bit about Kef, I'm going to do this fairly quickly. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is where it started for Kef. This was a big deal for him. It was in 2017 when Berlin chose his artwork to go over the state capitol building. And it was for the Festival of Lights. That was a really big deal. This was a big deal. In 2017, the cover of Business Insider, when they're talking about investing in art, companies investing in art, and who is in the background? Yeah, a Kef. Corporations that have acquired his art over the last 10 years. Every time he shows up, he's in the news. How many artists, I've always said this, how many artists do you know of that when they come into town, they wind up on the local news programs or massive charity events where he was the only one invited? And that's him standing next to Robert Plant. I would have killed for that photo. Every exhibition he does for galleries, actual gallery shows, they sell out. I don't think there's ever been one that didn't sell out. This was about 6 years ago when Porsche put out its first electric car. The only company that didn't like that was BMW, Porsche's competitor. And this is BMW's new, most expensive, big Rolls-Royce luxury car. And they give him the chance to create 2, one gold on black and the other multicolor on white. Now these are photographs. By the way, I can't remember who sent it to me, but it was one of our viewers. So thank you, wherever you are, if you're watching. Went to one of the exhibitions here in the US, a gallery exhibition, and this was the catalog, and took photos of the catalog and sent it to me. So that Louis Vuitton purse, $42,000. This particular painting, $88,000. That painting, 20 by 20, $15,000. So that's not a very big piece, 20 by 20. The one you're bidding on is bigger than that. That piece, now this is about right. That's about the size of what you're bidding on. That is pretty much spot on. That one, $24,000. And like I said, his projects just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, where you are right now, you are bidding on an original at the price of a print. That is for certain. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite remarkable. We're still only at 2,500 for this amazing original, the first painting in a brand new series. Now, if you don't value it correctly, that's okay, I understand. But ladies and gentlemen, as an auctioneer, and having done this a rather long time, I always look, what do comparable pieces make? Because that's how you establish the value. Well, all you've got to do is look on the internet, have a look at galleries, see what they're charging for these originals, and understand that something like this is probably between 30 and 40,000 in some galleries. That's all you've got to do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it stands to reason that once again, if you add a zero, you'd be at about the right money. So we are way under the money, as dear old Ray would say. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell it. And it is unbelievable at this price. At 31 I'm bid. At 3-1 is bid. 3-1 and I'm selling. It is the final call for bids here. 40 seconds. If you want to bid, you better bid now, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last chance. Kim, I'll take your bid right now. Don't wait any longer because you might miss out. I'm about to drop the hammer. At 31 I'm bid at 3-1, 3-2, 3-2 bid. At 32 on the original. At 32, an unbelievable price for the #1 painting in an artist's brand new series. 32 is bid. 3-2, 3-2. Well, if there's an art gallery owner out there watching the show, there's something wrong with you if you're not bidding on this, because you know that there is profit written all over the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it at 35 bid. At 35 it is with Kim now. At 35 I'm bid. At 35. At 35. At 35 bid. 3-5. The right gallery. If you put this up for sale, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, if there is a gallery owner out there and they put this up for sale at just under 30,000, they'd probably get it. 3-7 is bid. 3-7 bid. 37 bid. 3-7. 3-7. 3-7 is bid. 3-7. I'm sorry to be commercial about it, but having been brought up in the auction world, that's what it's all about. People do go to an auction to acquire things to sell in their galleries or in their stores. And there is no better place on earth to acquire a KEF original. Mitch, would you agree with me on that? Would you agree with me on that?
Particular point, there's absolutely there's no, let's put it this way, have a look. You will not find an original KEF anywhere on this planet for $4,000. I'm always very careful of speaking in absolutes, right? Because you got to be careful with that. But I can tell you just from research, you won't find it anywhere. Nobody, even private people who just, you know, maybe they for whatever reason want to sell their art, but there's virtually zero original KEFs for sale at where this bid is. This is where you would be getting one of his nice serigraphs. But an original this size, even his little ones, his little originals right now are for sale for about $8,000. And I'm talking about the 12 by 12s, 12 inches by 12 inches. Those are selling for about $8,000. But there isn't, I can tell you right now, there is no KEF original that I know of anywhere for sale on the planet for $4,100. Richard, back to you.
Well, I think you're pretty safe there, Mitch. Not a chance. So, anyway, it's selling. This one is selling at 41. It goes once, it goes twice, and the gavel's high. You had every chance there. Well done to our top bidder. Congratulations. Well done to you. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a fantastic piece coming up now. That was a spectacular acquisition. Good luck to you. And coming up now is lot 510. Lot 510 is by a wonderful Ukrainian artist. And ladies and gentlemen, she was born in 1993. The Bells of Amore in Rome. And ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful little piece taken from her original watercolor. It is turned into a giclée of only 25 artist proofs in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Only 25 artist proofs in the world, and it is hand signed. Ladies and gentlemen, a limited edition of only 25. How are we doing for time, Kim? How are we doing for time? Are we okay? Are we okay? Thank you very much for letting me know. Hand signed, artist proof. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take it to the auction then, and let's hand it over to Mitch for his wonderful presentation on Yulia Gusarova.
You know, it's kind of funny, before we start, Richard and I are of the age group. If you're 60 years old like I am, we lived through a very interesting time. My children, for example, they grew up with computers. They knew how to use them when they were 8 better than I did. But, we kind of had to get used to it because, I didn't even touch a computer, I think, till I was about 27. And I am always amazed. I said a minute ago about following me on Instagram and that you can send me pictures. Can you go and show my screen real quick? Not 5 minutes later, I have these. And so this is someone who sent me a message on Instagram and how they've displayed their kefs. So it's kind of incredible. We say it here, and the next thing I know, we see them. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Yulia's story is quite an incredible one. She is, every now and then, have you ever met someone that you think to yourself, and I know I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek here for sure, but you kind of meet a person and you think, okay, God, do you think maybe you could have shared a little bit of that talent? Where someone just has such gifts that it's like too much. It's just too much. That's kind of how I think of Yulia. Now, when she was born, by the way, she was born in 1993. Now, back in this particular time period, I say that like it's forever ago, it wasn't that long ago, the Ukraine and Russia had a fairly, they had a decent relationship. And she was actually born in the Ukraine. But one of the things that's gone on in Eastern Europe for, gosh, years and years and years, this goes back decades, is they are very, very competitive in just about everything to do with arts and athletics. So it could be ballet, it could be painting, it could be any type of sport. And you know how we have, I kind of explained it this way the other day, you know how we have baseball scouts, right? Where, we have baseball scouts who go to minor league games, or maybe they go to college games and they're looking for someone that they're gonna kind of add to their roster. Well, imagine if that started in Little League, where baseball scouts were attending the games of 8-year-olds, looking for kids that have the potential to become a great baseball player. That's essentially what has been going on in Russia for a long time. And when Yulia was just a little girl through some sort of, and again, I don't know exactly how this worked, through some sort of an audition process, she was moved with her family from the Ukraine to Russia, where she began to train, let's go ahead and show my screen, in rhythmic gymnastics. And she competed in the Olympics. I'll show you some of her photos because this girl was incredible. By the time she was 14, 15, absolutely amazing what she could do. Now, guess what else she's done? She has 2 degrees, one in art from the Rhode Island School of Design, and the other, she is a licensed architect. So, just an incredible amount of talent. Now, one of the things that I would love to watch this, Yulia, if you've ever watching our show, please do a video of this. Imagine being able to have a notebook in front of a building like that and being able to create drawings this perfectly of any architecture you see, recalling the details with total perfection. I don't know too many artists who have this kind of gift. but she is a very talented young lady. That one on the left, that's the Arno. That's in Florence, Italy. I'd recognize that anywhere. And on the right, that is, of course, the famed Duomo, the Duomo Chapel in Florence, Italy. There's one of her architectural projects. I mean, my gosh, like I said, incredibly gifted young lady, that's for sure. Venice, Italy. That is the Delano. Delano, I think that's the name. The hotel, the 5-star, you know, the incredible hotel there on the Grand Canal. This is the one that I kind of stopped me in my tracks. This particular cathedral is the cathedral in Rouen. And Monet created several paintings of that cathedral. He was obsessed with it, with different types of lighting. And look at that little drawing in Yulia's hand. I don't know how long it took her. I'm guessing not very long. She was able to capture the atmosphere that Monet did in a single drawing, just sitting there looking at the exact same chapel. Very, very gifted young lady, that is for sure. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a beautiful image in Rome. It's the bells of Amore, the bells of love in Rome. Now, looking at that, that is definitely not St. Peter's Basilica. So I'm not quite sure exactly what church that is. But of course, in front of every church in Rome, there is the piazza. One of my favorite things to do in Rome, of course, is stroll around in the evening and go through the different piazzas and it's just such a, Rome really is the eternal city. There's something about it. Now, by the way, I was very lucky in my younger years. In my 30s and 40s, I spent pretty much every summer for, gosh, nearly 20 some odd years in Europe, in the Mediterranean. My only recommendation, don't go to Italy in August. Trust me on that. Just don't go to Italy in August. First of all, it's when they all leave. August, they take the entire month off for vacation and they all go north. And so half the businesses are closed. Secondly, it's a pizza oven in August. It is unbelievably hot in Rome and Florence. Go in September and October. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much. Well, no bids have been received this evening for the Yulia Gusarova. Ladies and gentlemen, very disappointing. Never mind, there's artist proof of only 25 in the world. Artist proof of only 25 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, I don't know what to say, really. There we go. Let's have a look at the certificate of authenticity. Let's give you a 3-minute clock. And what I'll do is, if we don't get a bid by the time the clock hits 1 minute, in other words, in 2 minutes' time, we will pass it out. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's as simple as that. We'll give you a chance to bid on it, but you've got about 1 minute and 45 seconds to do so. So, Yulia Gusarova, the Ukrainian artist, born in 1993, highly talented. These are the bells of Amore in Rome, the bells of Amore, the bells of love in Rome. Gicleve archival pigment on woven paper. It is hand-signed by the artist on the lower right, numbered on the lower left. Still no bids. $10 can open the bidding. $10 could open the bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't bid for you. So it's an artist proof, one of only 25. Let's see what it makes. You've got a minute. If not, it's going out. No bid so far, Mitch. Very, very unfortunate. There we go. Over to you, dear boy.
Do you remember what I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, about this holiday weekend? It's the time to get deals, man. It really is. One of the exciting things about our auction is the bids come from you. I mean, all of it comes from you. And every now and then this happens. I mean, you're looking at about an $1,800 piece for sure, especially because it's an artist proof. This is one of the things we get to talk about fairly regularly, that it almost sounds like it's the norm, but man, it's not. Artist proofs in the art world, if you're a collector, anywhere in the United States, Europe, wherever it is, collecting an artist proof by a well-known artist is just like finding a needle in a haystack. They're really very, very hard to find because the artists own them. The publishers own the regular edition. The artists own their artist proofs. And for most, they're really attached to them. They will keep them. They will allow their best friends, their family to acquire one. Maybe their top collector will get a chance to buy one. But the only reason we're able to coax these artists into giving us their artist proofs to show right here is because, once again, we're the only live televised art auction on earth. It's kind of a trade-off. They're getting an immense amount of exposure on our show, and in exchange, they're giving us things that you wouldn't normally find in the art world, such as an artist proof, which is outside the edition. There's 25 of these, which means there's very likely going to be 250 of them in what we call the regular edition. These are the artist proofs. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This is Yulia's Instagram account. And as I said, I just love looking at artist Instagram because look at that painting she's creating by the stream, painting in nature. And when I watch what she does, and from what I understand as I'm looking, and I've been really following her a lot lately, she's kind of going back and forth between art and architecture. So it's a little bit of both. But very, very gifted young lady. And then she also has, let's go back to the piece, she also has a separate Instagram account that shows all of her work as a rhythmic gymnast, I should say. All of the different competitions that she was involved in. This is what I was talking about in the beginning of the presentation. She just has, more talent than any person should actually get. But as I said, the one thing I love about this particular piece is, man, she captures Italy so well. It's just spot on. Richard, back to you.
Yeah, a wonderful painter, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sell it now, so I'll give you 1 minute. Fair warning, final call for bids, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anyone else, please call in now. Let us know. If not, we're going to drop the hammer at the end of this clock, and we will move on, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, final call for bids on the Yulia Gusarova hand-signed artist proof. An edition of only 25 in the world, a very exclusive, limited edition, ladies and gentlemen. Only 25 examples like this in the world. So the chance of you ever seeing this piece again anywhere else in the world is most unlikely. It's that rare. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to sell, it is about to go. Your opportunity to bid on it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going under the hammer now. Take another 25 off anyone. If not, it's going this time. Best and final bids, please. Best and final bids, your opportunity. Last chance, last call. Best and final bids about to go. We are selling. We are moving on. Anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call. $25 bid. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, it's being given away. If you saw a print of this and it was actually what they call, a sort of an open edition. An open edition means that you could print as many as you like print 2,500 of them. That's an open edition. You wouldn't get one for 275. I'm telling you that this edition is exclusive and there are only 25 examples in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's the last chance, the last call, and once the artist puts their signature on it as well, they are empowering the piece. They are saying, this is a true representation of my original painting. I am happy with the piece. I am hand signing it, and I'm only going to hand sign 25 of these for the entire world. That is what you call exclusivity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to sell. Best and final bids. Anyone else, yes or no? Gavels high. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, simple as that. So there we go. And just to explain the difference between open editions, limited editions, very exclusive editions, editions on canvas, editions that are hand embellished. So there's all different levels. That's an exclusive level, so thank you very much. Lot 511 is the next one, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a double lot because actually the small one is the original painting. So that's the original painting. That's called Tiny Zeppelin. Tiny Zeppelin, and alongside it is a magnificent artist proof, again an edition of only 25 in the world, and we're going to give one of the edition of the exclusive artist proof edition of 25 is coming as a gift included in the hammer price with the original painting. So one bid acquires them both, and there can only be one lucky winner. Get on the phone now, and here is Pedro Ortiz Munoz.
The Fine Art Auction Channel welcomes Pedro Ortiz Munoz, the visionary artist behind captivating steampunk masterpieces. Steampunk art has emerged as an influential genre, capturing imaginations worldwide. With its retro-futuristic aesthetics, Pedro Ortiz Munoz pushes his art beyond boundaries, encouraging intricate works featuring gears, cogs, and elaborate details throughout his masterpieces. Reimagining future filled with fantastical inventions bridging the past and present, celebrating craftsmanship, while acknowledging the potential for progress. Don't miss Pedro Ortiz Munoz's extraordinary works showcased on the Fine Art Auction Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story of Pedro Ortiz is well, it's fairly common in the art world. And what I mean by that is artists typically start off regionally. No artist ever takes over the world in the first couple of months. If you are, for example, based out of San Francisco, chances are you'll have followers there in Northern California. And then little by little, you kind of spread your wings and go out into different areas. When it comes to other countries, that is most definitely the case. So it's not too far to imagine that for the last 5 years, Pedro Ortiz has been a really big deal in Colombia. He is in Colombia. He's one of the absolute rock stars of the art world. But 5 years ago, we didn't have any idea who he was. One of the things that we pride ourselves on at the Fine Art Auction, it's something we've been doing for 17 years now, we have entire departments that are dedicated to, one, acquiring art at amazing deals to present on our show, estate auctions, things of this nature. It's why we're able to get some of these wonderful old master works from the 17 and 1800s. But also, we're always on the lookout for the rising stars. And 7 years ago, ironically, it was Kef. I mean, at that point, like I said, nobody knew who he was in the US, but in Europe, he was making big waves. Now, the same thing that happened to Kef is now kind of happening with Pedro Ortiz. We had someone who works with us who originates from Colombia who was kind of saying, you got to check this guy out, and looking at the Instagram account. So we sent a couple people down to his home, and you've ever heard the expression, the proof was in the pudding, right? For example, one of the things that I find interesting about the art world, and I'm sure you do too, I mean, we can't be any different on this. When I look at Jackson Pollock's work, drip painting, right? Knowing that these pieces sell for $100 million, I always wondered about that. How did that happen? Because it's drip painting. You and I could both go out into our garage and put a canvas flat on the floor, grab a few cans of paint, splatter some paint across it, and come pretty close to a Jackson Pollock. Why is that one worth $100 million? But then there are artists who are the exact opposite of that, where you don't even have to be an expert. You can take one look at what they're doing and your jaw just falls. And that's Pedro Ortiz. Now, when we first started representing him, my job and what I do is that I do research. That's 100% what I'm all about. So I started researching Pedro Ortiz and started looking closer and closer. And the closer I looked, the more I came to the conclusion that he's about the closest thing I've seen to a Salvador Dali in our lifetime, in my lifetime. Now, why do I draw that comparison? One, Salvador Dali was gifted two very specific ways. One was his technical skill. Technical skill has nothing to do with creativity. It's what you can do with your hand, your actual ability to draw and paint. Technical skill. But the second thing that made Dali so famous is not only did he have immense technical skill, but he also had a crazy imagination. So when you added those two things together, you wound up with, you know, a once-in-a-lifetime kind of artist. One of the things that was fascinating about Dali that Pedro Ortiz have in common is they worked entirely from their imagination. That's pretty darn rare in the art world and art history. Most artists, like even Monet, painted what they looked at, whether it was a field of hay or flowers, or maybe it was the lilies, or maybe it was some sort of architecture. In Vincent van Gogh's case, every single thing he painted, he was looking at. Every single thing. And Dali was one of the artists that changed that, all of it coming out of his imagination. So when I first started looking at Pedro Ortiz, and I have to admit, I do this every time in my presentation, just because for me, being in the art world for so long, there are certain things that when I see them, my jaw drops. Maybe if you're not really familiar with technical aspects of fine art, it might not have the same effect on you. But let's go ahead and show my screen. When I saw this, my jaw dropped. The human hand is the most difficult part of the human anatomy to draw or paint. Most artists will shy away from it. They'll hide it. They'll put it in a pocket. They'll avoid they really don't want to mess with the hand because it's really difficult to get it right. What else is difficult to paint in art? Motion. It's not multi-frame photography. Capturing motion in art is really impossible. You know what's a third aspect that's really difficult to paint? Where instead of painting positives from negatives, you're painting negatives from positives. Talking about using the negative space to create pointillism, which of course what Georges Seurat was famous for. Now as I get up close, you can see this whole thing, the shading, everything about these fingers is all pointillism. But as I pull back, the human hand comes into view. Even though we know there's no definitive lines in this piece, there are no definitive lines, we see them in our imagination. You know who else was really good at that? Salvador Dali, creating entire paintings with just dots, like this piece, Galatea of the Spheres. Let's go back to the piece for a second. I'm going to share with you a couple of other things here, but I don't want to make you dizzy because for this one I've got to kind of scroll up a little bit. See if I can find it. Give me 1 second. And this is just, like I said, having some fun, just bouncing around his Instagram and seeing what he was doing 4 or 5 years ago before we even knew who he was. And I was like, wow. For example, let's see, where are you? I think it might be right here. Yep, let's go ahead and show my screen. Take a look at this. This was in 2023. This was before he was on our show. At that point, we hadn't met him, and this is in his home country of Colombia. Now, how many artists on this type of morning show or news program gets these kind of interviews? As I said, in Colombia, for the last 6 years, this guy has been an absolute rock star. And in Spanish, it's my understanding, because I don't speak Spanish, but it's my understanding from someone who does, they're basically going over the same type of things, that where he gets his ideas from, where he gets his inspiration from, and the fact that all of it is just spilling out of his imagination. So that's just one, and here's another one. So multiple different news programs talking about this artist. One of the fun things that I like to try and find, and I need to kind of memorize one or two, because he does this thing where he turns the paintings around, but the ones I really love, let's see if I can find one. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece for just a second, and I'm going to do a little searching here. I don't want to make you dizzy as I'm looking around. What I love is when he does this sped up photography, and we see him working. I'll look while Richard, I'll hand it back to you, Richard. Back to you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's tell you what you got here. You got an original painting and an artist-proof edition of only 25. They're coming as a pair. They're coming as a pair. So far, we haven't even got the correct bid for the print. The print would be at least another 1,000. In other words, if you think about it in real terms, At this price, you're getting the original painting, the small one on the right, completely free of charge. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity for your original painting. It is by Pedro Ortiz Munoz, the young Colombian art star. We had him on the show recently. This one is one of his amazing pieces called Tiny Zeppelin. You have to think each and every work. I'm going to ask the camera team in a minute to zoom in just on the original, just to show you the level of detail in his work is off the charts. It's an original pen and ink drawing on woven paper, signed and dated by the artist on the lower right. It is a unique work, and it was executed by Munoz in 2025. Let's have a quick look at the original painting, and we'll zoom in. We'll even drop the graphics for the moment. You can remember the bid, it's low enough, 800. Ladies and gentlemen, so there is the detail. Look at the detail of the original there. Absolutely spectacular, and now we can enjoy that just by going in close. Well done, camera team. And this is superb. What a lovely little original that is. So that's the original painting. Takes him ages to do these, ladies and gentlemen, and we just had a painting on the show which took him a year to do. Okay, we'll go to the second certificate of authenticity now, and the second certificate is for your free gift. The Dandelion, the Dandelion. It is the original screen print in black ink on woven paper. It is hand signed by Munoz on the lower right and numbered from the verso. It is an artist proof edition of only 25 in the world. We're giving you one of the artist proofs, ladies and gentlemen, from the edition of 25 as a gift from the portfolio of the artist. Let's again have a look at the Dandelion. Let's zoom in on that one as well. We can afford to drop the graphics as well for a second and just enjoy the work of art. Don't forget it is hand signed. There are only 25 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful example here. His mind and the way he works, it is just unique, and that is the mark of a true artist. There's his hand signature in the piece, ladies and gentlemen. Again, beautifully framed to match the original. So it's a lovely pairing here. And I'll just show you the back of this one. It says 25 artist proofs in the world. That's all there are. Ladies and gentlemen, bid on this one. That's your gift. This is the original, and I'll just show you. Nothing to see on the back there. It's just the signature on the front. That is completely original. That is one of only 25 in the world, and it is very exclusive. So an edition of 25, you're going to get one of them from the edition as a gift. I don't know the number, but it's one of the edition of 25. Ladies and gentlemen, it will come with the original. Let's bid on the pair, and so far we're only at $850 for the pair, Mitch, which is remarkable. As I said, you could add another 1,000 alone just for the print. In other words, you are getting the original completely free of charge at this time. Here is Mitch. 3 minutes, please.
Well, boy, are you ever. I mean, that is absolutely for certain. In fact, you know what? I was going to show, I found one of the videos where he's sped up, but let me show you this because I want you to have some time to kind of digest this and think about this. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So these are all US posts and ads. Now this is an original, but this is a big one. I want to be really clear. This darn thing's huge. This is a 35 by 46. That's the most expensive Pedro Ortiz I can find on the market anywhere. $24,000. This particular piece is also a pen and ink original. It's a 15 by 22. That is $6,000. This particular piece, and again, they're all coming out of different locations. This one's out of South Florida. This is a print. Now, this is the same thing that you're bidding on. Same size, everything. This is the absolute same size as what you're bidding on. $2,500. And here is another one that is also a print. That is also an artist proof. $2,500. And here is, now that is a little one. That is the same size as the one that you're bidding on. in that particular piece, $5,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. And then I found that those are all, again, and this is a mainstream gallery. Let's go ahead and show my screen. The one thing that I'm not supposed to do is show you the name of the gallery, so I kind of scroll down a little bit. That one, $10,000. That is an original. $5,000. $5,000 for that little guy. $6,000. Now that's a print right there. $2,400. $5,000 again, that skinny, that's a smaller one. That's also a smaller one, $5,000. You get the idea. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So what Richard was just saying is absolutely true. The print alone on the left, that's a $2,500 piece. The piece on the right is about $5,000, and we're at $950. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling now. It is the lowest ever for this artist. And let's give you a 1 minute clock. Final call for bids, please. You got a chance to own this beautiful limited edition as a gift. But the main thing is, look at the original. The original is there, the smaller one. Tiny Zeppelin is a beautiful original by Pedro Ortiz Munoz. A great chance, 1,000 with Colorado now, 1,000 bid. Last few seconds on the pair now, ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid and no money at all. If we were at this price for the artist proof, I would be, surprised. But ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 is bid from Colorado, 11 from California. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to sell. We are about to go. Is there anyone else now? Last chance, last call. We're running out of time. And best and final bids, 12 is bid, 12 is bid, 1,200 bid. And it is Maryland now with Roxy. 12 is bid, 12 is bid. Kim, your opportunity at 1,200 bid, at 1,200 at 12, at 12, at 12 bid, at 1,200, and we're selling the pair at 1,200. 1,200 is bid, going once, at 1,200, going twice at 1,200. Sold and gone. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done to you. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on. So what I'm going to do is we have the artist proof available now. Thank you. Look after that, Michael. And we have the artist proof available. There are apparently, is there 4 available? Was that right, Kim? 4 available. And Kim, I think you mentioned we might be able to get away with selling it under 500. We're going to do it for 300. 300, is that no buyer's premium? Yeah. No buyer's premium, $300. Ladies and gentlemen, all you got to do, 4 available, $300. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a gift. And Mitch, I think you just said something like this should be around about $2,500 framed. So a massive, massive saving, over $2,000 less. Ladies and gentlemen, get on the phone very, very quickly. There's only 4 available, so let's see if you can get yourself one. Here's Mitch.
Now that is exactly what these are selling for. And as I said, when we talk about this, you don't have to take my word for it. Grab your computer and just do a Google search. You'll find different locations here in the United States because he's now getting represented by multiple galleries. And like I said, they're using... You'll find it in 2 places. One in the actual gallery, so their website. If you do kind of a Google search, it'll pop up. You'll also find that gallery advertising on those traditional lead services that we were referring to, where it's kind of like a link. It's my understanding, as I said, I'm not the most technically inclined person, but if someone were to click on the lead service and it takes them over to the gallery, they make a sale, then the operation, whoever's operating that lead service, gets a small percentage of the sale. It works something like that. But in general, as I said, you will find this size, these pieces, the limited editions, selling for $2,500. That is what you're going to find them for. Now, I was able to find this. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time, just because I think this is fascinating. I really do. I love watching him work. You know, and that's fun. He kind of puts a clock so we get an idea of how long this takes him. And as I was talking about before, when I made this comparison to Dali, look at his imagination go. Just having so much fun with this. And now the piece is drawn, all right? So he's got his base. And now he's adding detail, shading, inflection. So he's up to 4 hours on this one. He's at 5 hours right there. So as you can see, this is not something, this is detail-oriented work. This is not something that happens quickly or overnight. And he still hasn't given us a background because he has to still go and do the black part because every one of his pieces he blacks out the background. But that's what he was able to accomplish in 5 hours. Not bad. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, one of the things he has in a lot of his works, but often not in the small ones. So this one, we don't see the wizard. But for those of you who have watched the show regularly and you're familiar with Pedro Ortiz, the wizard is there. We just don't necessarily see him in this particular piece. And who is the wizard? And this was clever. Getting his audience to know and understand about this particular character. Let's see. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. Hold on. Let's see if there we go. On the right-hand side, that's the wizard right there. And that's on a bag. He's starting to do these expensive bags, but somewhere in here, there's a singular where we just see a close-up of the wizard. But this kind of wizard character that you see on the far right, he puts him in most of his works, especially the larger pieces. Let's go back to the piece. And this, of course, gives us an idea of where this character lives. And it really helps us use our imagination better. Richard, back to you.
Well, there's just one available now. Three have gone. And ladies and gentlemen, they're a lovely size, these pieces. Artist proof, edition of only 25, nicely done, hand signed. Only 25 of them in the world. We had 4 available. Well, in fact, we have 5. One of them was given as a gift with the original. They did very, very well. We had 4 remaining. We now have 1 remaining. So, next person to call in, Kim, gets the final piece, and that's it. Then we're sold out. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you like it, please get on the phone very, very quickly for the final piece, the Dandelion. The artist proof example, there's only 25 of them. He's done for the entire world. So I think you can call that very, very exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on. And right now we have lot 513 coming up, which is our spectacular offering of Salvador Dali, a hand-signed masterpiece from a piece called, I'm going to have to practice the title, it's not easy. It's in Spanish, ladies and gentlemen. So it's an engraving from Goya's print series Los Caprichos, created in 1977 and hand signed by Salvador Dali. Let's have a look at the work there. If we could zoom in on the image as well. This is hand colored and ladies and gentlemen, dry point and stencil coloring, and it is hand signed by Salvador Dali from the edition of 200 from portfolio number 42, hand signed Dali. Up next, let's play the quick video, then go over to Mitch. Thank you.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Lida Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French Surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of later kind of modern school.
I see, so that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
So ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece represents, again, one of the more unusual stories in the history of art, that's for sure. Keep in mind, this is an original engraving with hand coloring by Salvador Dali, signed by him, created in 1977, and 200 in total in the edition. So what is the interesting story about this? As Richard was saying a few minutes ago, one of Dali's big heroes, well, it wasn't just Dali, it was pretty much every Spanish artist, Picasso, Miro, all of the great Spanish artists really, really looked up to a man by the name of Francesco de Goya. Francesco de Goya was the official artist for the Spanish court. He was the painter for the king. His paintings are legendary. They're now in museums virtually all over the world. If I get a chance, I'll share a couple with you. But one of the things that he did during his lifetime, Francesco de Goya, is he created a series of engravings called Las Caprichos. From Spanish to English, it basically means capriciousness. And it's 80 different etchings and engravings. And he did something that was really, really ill-advised. He poked fun of all kinds of things he shouldn't be making fun of. Satire. And it was things like the ruling class, royalty, and above all, he poked fun at the Catholic Church. And this was during the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, the story really gets interesting in that the church sent people to, I guess you could call them inquisitors, to try to find Francesco de Goya and quote unquote question him, which we kind of know what that meant. Even though the King of Spain was really mad at him, he liked Goya. They were really close friends. And so when he found out that, he was kind of being targeted by the Spanish Inquisition, he hid him. The King of Spain actually hid Francesco de Goya. So what does all this have to do with Salvador Dali? Well, this was the artist that Dali really looked up to. In fact, as I said, lots of artists, one of my favorite quotes, everything Pablo Picasso did, he did standing on the shoulders of Francesco de Goya. But what Dali did is he took it one step further. First of all, during Goya's life, color etchings did not exist. There was no way to create that. One of the things that Dali added to the art world that was really quite profound was the concept of using stencils on top of existing artwork. So creating an engraving and then using stencils to color it. Goya and artists during the 16 and 1700s hadn't even thought about that. But what Dali did was take it one step further. He recreated every single engraving, all 80 of them, by Francesco de Goya, but he added his own little special flair, if you will. So let's have a little bit of fun. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's go ahead and show my screen. So the piece on the left is by Francesco de Goya. That is the original piece from Las Caprichos. Now, it doesn't take an art expert to see what Dali did in this particular case. One, he opened up the back of the girl's dress, and we get a very clear view of her bottom. And of course, Goya didn't do that. But the other thing he did, which makes this particular piece quite collectible, is what is Dali's most famous symbol? The melting clock. So in this particular piece, he also created the melting clock. Now, just for your own interest's sake, I thought I'd share with you a few others. So you can kind of see the one on the left is the Goya. The one on the right is the Dali. So you can kind of see in each one, every chance he gets, he adds his own measure of creativity, different types of coloring, changes the feel of these pieces almost completely from the originals. Now, Francesco de Goya, during his time, none of these pieces were signed. Artists didn't sign prints in that time period. But in Dali's life, so that's why if you're wondering why the Dali piece is signed but the Goya isn't, that's why. Now, to give you an idea, I think if I go up a little further, give me 1 second. I know there's 80 of them. I don't want to go through all. There we go. That's an actual appraisal for one of the Dalis. So that particular piece, and I just found that by pure accident, I don't know which one specifically, but you can see the title of it. That piece appraised for $20,000. That particular piece is kind of the auction record. That one sold for $20,000. That one sold for $22,000. And that is one of Salvador Dali's pieces. Now that one is a unique piece because it's a proof. So that was really expensive. That is one of the proofs that Salvador Dali did for that particular piece. And that one also features a clock in the background. And that one is currently for sale for $35,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So I hope that explains it. So as we look carefully, you can see that melting clock. And if I get a chance, I'm not always able to do this, I'll do a little bit of research on the meaning, because each one of these pieces has a specific meaning. And if I can find it for you, what Goya was trying to say with each piece. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Or, sorry, let's go back to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to say I am shocked that we have a bid of 500 for a hand-signed Salvador Dali is probably the understatement of my career. So, ladies and gentlemen, anyway, I appreciate the bid, but there should be at least 30 of you on the phone at this level. Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness gracious, have a look at it. Hand-signed Salvador Dali. I was doing the exhibition inside the Dali Museum 6 or 7 years ago. This is identical to what the museum had on their wall. It's from the same portfolio, from the edition of 200, hand-signed. Ladies and gentlemen, they're very, very important works. Do not underestimate this, please, for your own sake. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at it. Lot 513, Salvador Dali then. I'll have a go at the title. I'm not that brilliant, but Espeluznante, columna concreta. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Dali, Spanish master, born in 1904 in Figueres in northeastern Spain. He died in 1989, was still under $1,000 at the moment. Engraving from Goya's print series Los Caprichos. The work is reworked and altered with dry point and stencil coloring, and it's on woven paper. It was hand signed by the master, Salvador Dali. Again, if there's gallery owners out there, you should be absolutely fighting over this piece because anything hand-colored and hand-signed by Dali, you know, we're at 800. You wouldn't get it for 8,000 in a gallery. You would not get it for 8,000. Ladies and gentlemen, it is one of only 200, published by Bergruen Edition Graphique International in Paris. In fact, Mitch, being that it is hand-signed and hand-colored, if it was in my gallery, I don't think you'd extract it from me for much less than $12,000 because of the fact it is hand-colored and hand-signed and a very small edition. So here's the book. This is the book. This is the exhibition. It was called Before Dali, Goya, Before Dali, Goya. So that meant Francisco de Goya was the artist to the king. And this is the book from the exhibition at the Dali Museum. So the pieces you're looking at are called Les Caprices de Goya de Salvador Dali, and they were executed in 1977 by Dali. These are the darker images of Goya, and then Dali has personally reworked the pieces. He's added the melting clock in there, hand-colored the work as well, using stencils, hand-signed the piece, and these are the examples that Dali did in 1977. Now, in the book, it doesn't have them all, but here are a few of the examples. So you see how Dali changed the pieces which were originally created in 1798 and 1799 by Goya, and then, nearly 200 years later, Dali recreated and reinvented them with a surrealist finish. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is a very important piece. I turn around hoping to see a bit of at least 2,500 to get us going. We're still under 1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, it's hand signed. So have a bid on this one. And if you're not bidding on this one, ladies and gentlemen, at least you'll remember the day you did have a chance to bid on a work hand signed by one of the most important artists to ever walk this planet, hand signed by him at about $1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, you got a chance. Have a bid on it. Let's give you 3 minutes with Mitch.
So just a couple things. As I said, I would look this one up. Is it nicely stretched or is it tucked in well? Refers to the famous 1799 etching by Spanish artist Goya. Key facts of the artwork. The visual, it shows the woman, the older woman, a Celestina, pulling and straightening the skirts of a younger, kneeling woman in preparing to meet a client. So yes, this particular piece is about the oldest profession. The double meaning, the title plays on the colloquial Spanish phrase, bien tallada está, which means the skirt is neatly straightened, but also historically implying that a woman is well served or properly ready for her particular type of work. Goya used this print to harshly criticize the harsh realities of the 18th century Spain, where older women manipulated and trapped young women into prostitution as a way to make a living. Now that actually explains two things. Why Dali chose to, as we were showing a little earlier, chose to open up the skirt of this particular young lady. In fact, for those of you who were not here, give me 1 second. There. Let's go and show my screen one more time, just for those of you who might be just showing up. The piece on the left, that is the Goya piece. The piece on the right is the one by Dali. So in the original Goya didn't go quite as far as Dali did. Dali most definitely went a little further in the explanation of the piece. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. But again, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, we're at $1,100 on a signed Dali. Unsigned Dalis, the open editions, don't sell for $1,100. I mean, we're really underbid on this. Now, one of the things that you can see at different locations around the world, let's go ahead and show my screen, is you will see exhibitions, especially in Europe, where they put both of these together. This one's, I believe, in Valencia, if I'm not mistaken. And, oh, that one's from the Pushkin Museum, and it looks like they have taken down that particular website from the Pushkin. And this was, is this the one? Where's the photo? There it is. That was actually really cool. This was for an exhibition in Valencia, Spain. And they do this, when they do this, the smart one is they'll put one on top of one another. So you can see the Dali along with the Goya and how those pieces have changed. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So Dali had a lot of fun with this particular, oh wow, a lot of people showed up. I never saw that photo until just now. So yeah, it looks like that was a really, really popular exhibition. Now keep in mind, once again, that signature is not a plate signature. It is not a stamp signature. Not only will you be owning this particular artwork, there's only 200 of them in existence, that's it. You have the actual authentic autograph of the legendary master himself, Salvador Dali. You have an artwork that is based on one of his most famous projects, and it is in museums virtually all over the world, including the Dali Museum itself, where he is, the only time he ever did that, by the way, where he was paying homage to another great artist, and in this case, Francesco de Goya. What I think is really cool about this piece, and it's something that I've seen talked about, the clock is the representation of time, obviously. And so the older woman, her time has ran out. And then of course the younger woman, her time is just beginning. So one of the most famous symbols of Salvador Dali is that melting clock. And right along the cloth, kind of in the woman's lap, is that melting clock. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Well, unbelievably, we're still only at 1,300 and it's on sale with you. I'll give you 1 minute. Final call for bids, ladies and gentlemen. Someone's going to be very, very happy with their acquisition here. It's unheard of. In the art world, the art trade, they cannot get hand-signed Salvador Dali's for this price. It's impossible. 13 is bid. I'm selling it now. 1,300 under the wholesale trade price. You cannot get them at this level. 13 is bid. 13 is bid. Is there 14 to move on? Last chance, last call. You got 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, you're missing an opportunity to own for your family collection a legacy piece hand signed by Salvador Dali 50 years ago. 50 years ago. The identical pieces are in museums. Think about that. Last chance. I'm selling now. No further advance, Kim? Are we done? Trying to find out? Well, we are running out of time. We've got to move on. 13 is bid. We give you every opportunity. Last call has been given a minute ago. We're selling now. Final call for bids. Final call for bids. Last chance, last call. Anyone else, yes or no? On sailing with you then, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming near the end of the show. 14 I've got. 14 is bid. 15 is bid. 15 is bid. 15 is bid. You left it late, but as long as you bid, that's the main thing. 15 is bid. 15 bid only at 1,500 on the wonder. I'll tell you what, Mitch. I'd love to be able to sit and be able to buy hand-signed Dali's all day long for $1,500. I would love to be able to buy them for $1,500. Ladies and gentlemen, there is profit written all over that. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you very much, Cleo. Your bidder gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable for a hand-signed Dali. There we go. Never mind. We move on. Congratulate your bidder there, Cleo. You did very, very well. We're going to move on with the next piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Lot 514. And this great little piece was created in 1926 by none other than the design of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. It's called Au Moulin Rouge, Le Départ du Quadrille. It is a lithograph from a strictly limited edition of only 175. Ladies and gentlemen, a great opportunity to acquire a lovely little 100-year-old work from the design of the great Toulouse-Lautrec.
Comte Henri-Marie Raymond de Toulouse-Lautrec Montfort was a French painter, printmaker, draftsman, caricaturist, and illustrator, whose immersion into the colourful and theatrical life of Paris in the late 19th century allowed him to produce a collection of enticing, elegant, and provocative images of the modern, sometimes decadent, affairs of those times. Toulouse-Lautrec was born in 1864 in Albi, Tarn, the firstborn child of Comte Alphonse and Comtesse Adèle de Toulouse-Lautrec. He grew up amid his family's typically aristocratic love of sport and art.
He was born with a very rare genetic condition, which now bears his name. They call it the Toulouse-Lautrec syndrome.
Modern physicians attribute this to an unknown genetic disorder, possibly pycnodiostosis. His legs ceased to grow, so that as an adult, he was only 1.54 meters, 5 foot 1 inches, having developed an adult-sized torso whilst retaining his child-sized legs. It was in the mid-1880s Toulouse-Lautrec began his lifelong association with Montmartre, an area of Paris famous for its bohemian lifestyle and for being the haunt of artists, writers, and philosophers. When the nearby Moulin Rouge Cabaret opened its doors in 1891, Toulouse-Lautrec was commissioned to produce his first series of posters. Among the well-known works that he painted for the Moulin Rouge and other Parisian nightclubs are the depictions of the singer Yvette Gilbert, the dancer Louise Weber, who created the French can-can, and the much more subtle dancer Jane Avril. Toulouse-Lautrec greatly influenced French art of the late 19th and early 20th centuries by his use of new kinds of subjects, his ability to capture the essence of an individual with economical means, and his stylistic innovations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Toulouse-Lautrec has always been one of my absolute favorites. That video you just saw really kind of lays it out quite clearly. It's one of the things that I, in my presentations, I wind up discussing a lot. Out of all the artists in art history, he probably has one of the most fascinating stories. In that, first of all, his parents didn't want him to be an artist at all. He was born into aristocracy, great deal of wealth. He certainly wasn't poor by any stretch of the imagination. But it's weird how different time periods look and view things so differently. For example, in this time period, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, being an artist was a really lowly thing. And it was either 1 or 10, right? It was either you were a nobody, you were just thought of as, like I said, looked down upon in a huge way, unless you're famous, right? There's no middle ground. You were either somebody who was accomplished or, oh, that artist. Now, I don't know why that was the case, but the family didn't want him to be an artist because they were afraid it was going to tarnish his name. Now, he was quite a stubborn young man, but as it said in that clip you just saw, he really suffered a lot. And sadly, he did die quite young, and he died through the overuse of alcohol. And at certain times, in fact, one of my favorite stories about Toulouse-Lautrec is when his mother entered him into what was called back then an insane asylum. And of course, now we refer to it as a mental hospital. Now, the big difference is now we don't treat alcoholics in mental hospitals. We have rehab centers. But in that time period, rehab centers didn't exist. And so they treated them in these really awful places. Now, what happens as soon as Lautrec has no access to alcohol? I mean, it's not fun. You go through the drying out process, but eventually he sobers up. But he wasn't mentally incapacitated in any way. He just had that problem. And so you know how he got out of that hospital? By drawing from his own memory some of the most famous paintings he ever did from the Circus Suite. And my favorite quote, "I bought my freedom with my art." And they did let him out. But the primary reason that he struggled so much with alcohol was not what you might think. His condition was extremely painful, really painful. And in our time, we have all kinds of things. We have doctors who specialize in pain management, all kinds of techniques that we could help with somebody like Lautrec. But back then, he had two options, opium and alcohol, and that was it. Now, this particular piece that you're looking at comes from an actual very important painting. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is the actual painting of that particular work, and if I am not mistaken, it is owned by the National Gallery. So the National Gallery of Art has this particular work. Now what you're bidding on is a lithograph based on that particular piece created in 1926. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Lautrec lithographs, the ones that were done during his lifetime, are ridiculously expensive. I mean, they start at about $50,000, and from that particular point they go upwards to over $1 million. In fact, let's see if I can I'll find one for you so you can kind of see with your own eyes. Give me 1 second. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yep, let's go ahead and show my screen. So here's some auction records for individual pieces. Like that one. That's a lithograph. That's sold for $820,000. And if we go down, there's some other really neat ones like this piece. That is, of course, all about the Moulin Rouge as well. That particular piece sold for $529,000. And as you can see, it's a poster. So you're probably saying to yourself, are you kidding me? A lithographic poster? Yeah, because hardly any of these survived. And they were all original work by the hand of Lautrec, every single one of them. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So what this is specifically, so you know, because I always want to make sure you have a really good idea of what you're bidding on, this is what's called an estate piece. In 1926, a publisher approached the family of Toulouse-Lautrec and they created a limited edition of 175 based upon this piece by Lautrec. Richard, back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's slot 514 and it's our penultimate piece of the night, and it is the wonderful little designer Toulouse-Lautrec here. Lithograph in black, au Moulin Rouge, le départ du quadrille is the wrong certificate, so I'll go to the right one for you, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise. So let's have a look at the right certificate, which would be this one. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Au Moulin Rouge, le départ de quadrille, lithograph in black ink on woven paper after the original. It is from the edition of only 175 examples. Now, let's go over that. 175 examples were created at the Imprimerie J. Langlois of Paris on the 31st of July 1926. And ladies and gentlemen, what I can tell you is that is 100 years ago this month, on the 31st of July. What does that tell you? It tells you a very well documented piece, and in about 3 weeks' time, it's going to be 100 years old. So, ladies and gentlemen, just about to strike 100 years. It is, you know, just a phenomenal little piece, and ladies and gentlemen, you know, created in Paris, from the design of the great Toulouse-Lautrec, and obviously one of his most famous images of the Moulin Rouge. And everyone knows the Moulin Rouge. It was turned into a show which is very popular, running on Broadway as we speak and in London. And ladies and gentlemen, phenomenal, phenomenal show that is. But he was there for the original, and he spent his life, you know, in Paris enjoying Parisian nightlife, and he only had a short life, unfortunately, Toulouse-Lautrec. But, ladies and gentlemen, didn't he create a lot of great artwork? So, one of the best artists of the turn of the century, and the last century, that is, and he died in 1901. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 100 years old this month. Who's going to collect this antique work? Once it hits 100 years, it becomes an antique. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your opportunity. Let's give you 3 minutes with Mitch. Mitch, best of luck. We're only at $200.
A couple of things that I personally love about Lautrec, but first of all, just a couple of things about this. As I was saying, Lautrec lifetime lithographs are really expensive. They start in the $20,000 to $25,000 range, and as you saw, they can go upwards to $800,000 to $900,000. Paintings, of course, are in the millions of dollars. So this particular piece is indeed based upon a painting of a piece that he created. Let's see what the year was. In 1892, and it is held by the National Gallery. It was an original oil on cardboard. Because this piece is so old, 1926, because remember, Lautrec was one of the great authors of lithography. He was the one that really kind of brought it into a whole nother space. But in 1926, this particular piece would have been kind of new because it did, you know what, I wonder if, I'm not saying this very well. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you. Do you see how this piece has the kind of blending of colors? That's because it's a painting. Lautrec's lithographs didn't look like this. They didn't look like them at all. Let's show you. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is what Lautrec's lithographs looked like. Do you see the difference? And they called them block color lithographs. So everything has a definitive line. There's no blending of colors. It's all block color, block lithographs. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece real quick. And if we look at how this has a blending of color and a blending of shades, now let's show my screen one more time. Do you see the painting? Same thing. So my point, and I'm trying to do the best I can with this, let's go back to the artwork. In 1902, 1898, right when Lautrec was working in lithography, this piece would not have been possible. It wouldn't have been. There's no possible way Lautrec could have created a lithograph that looked like this in 1898. Not a chance. This was a much, much further down the road kind of process to create this type of blending in shades and colors. You're looking at about a $2,800 piece because, as Richard said, it's now 100 years old. So this particular piece crosses that line from artwork into what we call an antique. Very, very few of these survived. In fact, that the edition was pulled as 175, and I'd just be willing to bet my left foot there's no way 175 of these still exist. There's just no way. From 1926, I seriously doubt it. Now, in the few moments that I have left, one of the things that I loved about Lautrec is that everybody loved him. Even though he was in pain all the time, he treated, and I think this had to do with the fact that, you know, he was born, you know, raised rich, aristocracy. He really treated people, everyone, whether it was his clients, whether it was a girl at the brothel. He was always kind to different stations in life. He could drink with the cops in the bar just as easily as he could go and meet with his wealthiest clients. Let's go ahead and show my screen. One of the things that Lautrec also did that I always admired, a publisher asked him to create lithographs of the brothels that he attended. And they wanted this really salacious kind of, you know, tawdry thing. And he came back with pieces like what you see on the left. And when the publisher got mad, Lautrec said, look, what you're imagining doesn't exist. These women are just trying to survive. They're just trying to get on in the life. I'm not, what you think doesn't exist. And he always treated women in his imagery like, oh, there it is. This is the suite right there. That's the suite I'm talking about. It's called the L suite. And as you can see, there's nothing salacious about these works. And they went on to be one of his most famous series of lithographs, was the L suite. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Well, later on, let's give you a 1-minute clock and the final call for bids, please. Final call for bids. Thank you very much. And we're only at 225 still after that wonderful description there by Mitch. And he does an awful lot of research. So thank you, Mitch, for all your hard work. Les gens, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, lithograph in black au Moulin Rouge, le départ du quadrille from 1926, just about to become an antique in the next 3 weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, 31st of July, 1926, not 2026, 1926. Ladies and gentlemen, a 100-year-old piece about to go, 20 seconds only. Best and final bids, it's selling and going then now. Last chance, last call. Anyone else on the beautiful 100-year-old work of the wonderful master Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec? It's going to go now. Last chance, last call. No further bids. We're selling. It's on sailing with you then. Fair warning's been given, ladies and gentlemen, and it is now time to move on. Time to move on with the show. It is about to go. Going once, twice. Thank you very much. Sold and gone at 2 1/4. You did very, very well. Thank you. And now we come to our final lot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. And wait till you see this sculpture. It is unbelievable in the rose gold finish. And wait till you see it. Unbelievable piece, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to show it to you before we go to the video. But ladies and gentlemen, this is magnificent, magnificent. And let's have a look at the piece right now. Thank you very much. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. It is a huge, huge sculpture. I'm going to stand next to it. It's in absolutely beautiful condition, come direct from the artist studio. Ladies and gentlemen, it's here to be sold to the highest bidder. It's our final lot of the night. And who's going to acquire this gorgeous, gorgeous sculpture from the one and only Harry Bunce? Thank you.
When I got back into art after a little detour into fashion for about 20 years, I went right back to my first love, and it stuck.
Harry Bunce, environmental protector or social commentator? Is his art cute? Maybe, but seldom completely cuddly. Inspired by local folklore and children's books, his cast of cool, unknowable, vaguely sinister, anthropomorphic animals rests deep in our consciousness. By reclaiming these icons and reinventing them, Harry's work breathes new life into old friends.
I've always had a very keen environmental view of things. My parents were all, if we dropped litter as kids, the worst possible thing we could have possibly done.
By combining street art, illustration, and screen printing, Bunce is able to make his delightfully dark characters into masterful fine art.
Harry Bunce.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, this is an incredible opportunity. This is the Foundry proof for this particular piece. So this is a really unique collecting opportunity. And also, it's huge. This is a really fun work. This is a nice sized piece. I didn't realize, I saw it, I didn't know that it was this big. The Coney Palooka Copper. Now this is paying a wee bit of an homage. Now of course it's the Palooka for sure. Yep, Richard the Boxer. This is a little bit of paying homage to the legendary Jeff Koons. Let's go and show my screen real quick. This piece sold for $91 million. And it's kind of a similar process. It's a chroming of that particular rabbit, 91 million. So there's a little bit of a paying homage to that. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, this started, it's kind of a funny story. One of the things that Harry did, along with, as he was growing his career, he had a very clever idea. And that was, he took some of these rabbits, they were much, much smaller, I'll show you in just a moment or two, and he hid them in different parts around major parks. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Like Hyde Park in London, things like this little guy. So this was much smaller. It's about half the size of the one you're bidding on, with no real explanation, like who it was, where it came from, and of course it kind of became like this art hunt. And then the next thing you know, it's like, oh, it's Harry Bunce. And in England, Harry Bunce is kind of a household name. A lot of people are very, very familiar with him. But over the last year or so, the demand for these sculptures is really growing. Most of the time he's known for doing his paintings. They kind of have a Peter Rabbit feel, but in many cases the Peter Rabbit's misbehaving. I always like to show this just because it's a big deal. That's Sotheby's in London. So billions of dollars in art has been sold in that room. I mean, not millions, billions. And in the back, this was for a charity event auction for animal welfare and animal cruelty charities, things like this. And in the back, you can see his work, and he's hanging right next to a David Hockney. Can you imagine? being an artist and having your room in the same spot as a David Hockney. There's his first exhibition in 2016. And for many, many years, Britain has had a campaign going back to World War II called Keep Britain Tidy. And Harry Bunce, for the last 4 or 5 years, has been the official artist for that particular campaign. That's why everybody knows him. Now, these are some of the first pieces that he did, and you can see nowhere near the size that you're bidding on. And there's another one. Again, nowhere near the size that you're bidding on. Now, that is one of his pieces for sale. That is a painting, $13,500. That's another one at $12,000. Here's one at $12,000. Another one at $14,750. I can tell you right now, though, let's go back to the piece. There is no way I can find a comparable of this piece because it is the foundry proof. That is the foundry proof. It's quite literally a one-of-a-kind piece. So that is, again, that is an extraordinarily special piece to have an opportunity to acquire. Coney Palooka copper. Hand-finished composite sculpture with mirror polish. Now, I love the polish. As you can see, when you look at the head of the rabbit, you can see our studio. You can actually see the lights, see the studio, so it really has an awful lot of reflectivity going on in this work. Let's go ahead and show my screen once again. This is his Instagram account. Now, the one I showed you a minute ago at Sotheby's was a year ago. This was recently. And this was the second one. So same charity, but a different auction. Sotheby's Auction House, unbelievable. All these people there. And he's walking back through the crowd. And there's his artwork. How cool is that? As we look at his Instagram account, we see all of the different places where he's being exhibited. There's the small one right there. So there's the little one, and then the idea just kept growing and growing and growing. People are just loving these boxing rabbits. So we're seeing them on Instagram along with his paintings. There, look at that. But as you can see, nowhere near as big. Much, much smaller. The one you're bidding on is dramatically larger, but there it is in front of the famous Ferris wheel, London Bridge, Parliament. That's kind of a cool idea. The bunny traveling around oh, the Big Ben. That's pretty cool. The bunny traveling around all the different sites in England. That is pretty neat. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. As you can see, the rabbit is definitely making a big splash in the art world. But the one thing you need to remember is because this is a cast, it's going to be a limited edition for certain. What you're getting a chance to bid on is the actual foundry proof. That is, I mean, that's the most rare piece there is. Richard, back to you.
Just show you the certificate of authenticity. The show ends in about 4 minutes, so get your bids in now. Coney Palooka in copper, hand-finished composite sculpture with mirror polish, signed by the artist and numbered on the base. This is the foundry proof. It was set aside from the regular edition, so it is the only foundry proof. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one that you know, they have to approve, and then they might make a limited edition. So the foundry proof is this one, and it is the only one in the world exactly like this. So the foundry proof, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go over to the piece. I'm going to quickly measure it for you. I'll probably need the 4-foot ruler because it's a big bunny, this one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at it. I'm going to put the height in there, Kim, at 42 inches of height, and then the widest point to me looks like 24. 42 by 24, so 2 feet across, and then 12, 24, 36, about 3.5 feet high. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a great piece. I'm going to just quickly alter it for you. So it is signed, this piece, I'm sure I saw the signature. There's the signature, Mitch. And ladies and gentlemen, so it is signed on the back there by my finger. There you can see the hand signature of the piece. It is the foundry proof. And Michael or someone, I will pass you. There we go. Good job. I used to play soccer. There we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the piece and enjoy a final 90 seconds with Mitch. Get bidding on this one. It is the foundry proof. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great, great piece. And it is your last chance to bid on this. Final call for bids, please.
Well, chances are a piece of this size, typically how the art world works in sculptures, especially when we're doing pieces like this, the larger the piece, the smaller the edition. For example, that Jeff Koons I showed you that sold for $90 million, there's a grand total of 5 of them. That's it. However, the same exact bunny exists in the smaller size, and there's 500 of them. So much, much smaller. This particular piece, chances are there's only going to be about maybe 30 to 40 of them, period. I don't think there'll be that many. And then, of course, what you're looking at is the actual foundry proof. Now, I found this photo, which is kind of cool. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This was his first limited edition of the small ones. And as you can see, it looks like only about 25 were done of each piece in each color. But these are the little ones. You're getting a chance to bid on the foundry proof for that large one. So again, really collectible. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, Harry Bunt's doing extremely well. And I always think it's funny how things sneak up on artists. I'm sure Harry thought of himself as a painter. And then he starts creating these bronze bunnies and, you know, Instagram blows up. And I mean, they love his paintings, but man, there's a lot of attention on these particular pieces. And so I guess you could kind of call it a left turn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being with you here tonight. I look forward to seeing you again sometime soon. And whoever is the successful bidder on this piece, I congratulate you and good luck on this piece. Until I see you next time, stay safe and good night.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Thank you, and great job as always, ladies and gentlemen. And this great, great piece is going to sell as we go off air. And thank you very much for watching the show here tonight. And we'll be back again on Friday evening with Ray and Tony, all this fantastic phone team. And whatever you do, look after yourselves. Have a great week. Unlucky to the USA tonight with Belgium. They're one of the best teams in the world, and so are the USA. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of the World Cup. Enjoy seeing your artwork when it arrives, and we'll see you next weekend. Have a great week. Look after each other. The bid goes on. Good night, and thank you, America.